know the whole city riding. A little early, it's a bit surprising. Business moves, now we enterprising. Switch it up, now we improvising. Go to get in the winter column. Whole squad been trained to go. Phins for life, we throw the foe. Singing this just to welcome bro. Tua time, Tua time. Time to grind, time to shine. Tua time, Tua time. Tua time, Tua time. Tua time, Tua time. Time to grind, time to shine. Tua time, Tua time. Tua time, Tua time. My intuition told me this. To trust the coach, he holds the gift. He knowing when to go with Fitz. So we knowing when to switch. This year we got the golden pick. Time to see what that pick about. Bad vibes get sent out. Only fans up in this house. We been waiting, yeah, we been patient. Now it's time to cash out, no discount. Super Bowl, yeah, we in route. I don't know when, but it's close. I don't wanna overhype, but I just know I like it. So excited, the league gon' notice now. You should notarize it. They say Tua from that rock. Shout out to Samoa and Islands. Time to lay the smack down. You think you Dwayne Johnson? Time to be the people's champ. Hit them with the people's elbows. Stick together like it's Velcro. You think you could stop us? Hell no, all day I dream about sports. I think I need some Chateau custom with some Dolphins colors. Just to let them know we here. Yeah. I know the whole city riding. A little early, it's a bit surprising. Business moves, now we enterprising. Switch it up, now we improvising. Go to get in the winter column. Whole squad been trained to go. Phins for life, we throw the foe. Singing this just to welcome bro. Tua time, Tua time. Time to grind, time to shine. Tua time, Tua time. Tua time, Tua time. Tua time, Tua time. Time to grind, time to shine. Tua time, Tua time. Tua time, Tua time.
Tua time, Tua time. Really hope he the man. Hope we found us a gem. Like the Heat found Bam. Wanna take time to thank Fitz, cause he put on the show. But the young man up, in the whole city know. Time to catch all the blessings. Cash out on investment. Ball out, don't choke. Phins want all the smoke. Chris Gregg gave hope. Coach flow like spoke. Dan Marino still a GOAT, but to a man on go. Watch to a man throw. Watch to a man scope. Watch to a man dishes that we never ever seen before. Phins up, let it win. Born ready for a ring. Maybe 3, 4, 5, 6. It's damn week, use 10.
I know the whole city riding. A little early, it's a bit surprising. Business moves, now we enterprising. Switch it up, now we improvising. Go to get in the winter column. Whole squad been trained to go. Phins for life, we throw the foe. Singing this just to welcome bro. Tua time, Tua time. Time to grind, time to shine. Tua time, Tua time. Tua time, Tua time. Tua time, Tua time. Time to grind, time to shine. Tua time, Tua time. Tua time, Tua time.
So low, so low, so low, deep. So low, so low, so low, deep.
Them Dolphins, fellas. Dolphins on 3. 1, 2, 3. Dolphins!
You already know, man. We're right here with the legend, man. Live and direct, man. Pat McFan. And it's going down, man. Solo DPWS.
What's up, man? Shout out to Miami Sports Music.
Hey. It's the new anthem for the new era. Phins up.
Throw them Phins up. Throw them Phins up. Hit. Throw them Phins up. Throw them Phins up. Hit. Throw them Phins up. Throw them Phins up. Hit.
It's the new era and we back up in the mix.
Throw them Phins up. Throw them Phins up. Hit. Throw them Phins up. Throw them Phins up. Hit. Throw them Phins up. Throw them Phins up. Hit.
It's the new era and we back up in the mix.
Throw it up. Throw your foe up in the sky. Throw it up. Let them know that we gon' ride. Where you from? We be reppin' worldwide.
BWA, stay loyal till we die.
What is the come up? We been down for a minute. This the come up. We been reppin' that consistent. This the come up. Now the world gotta feel it. Reppin' so loud, whole world gotta hear it.
New era.
Dolphins on the clizzard. Tick, tick, tizzard. Till we reach the tizzard. This another stizzard. Reppin' till we drizzard. So low D, I be reppin' with this hip hop. Throw them Phins up. Throw them Phins up. Hit. Throw them Phins up. Throw them Phins up. Hit. Throw them Phins up. Throw them Phins up. Hit.
It's the new era and we back up in the mix.
Throw them Phins up. Throw them Phins up. Hit. Throw them Phins up. Throw them Phins up. Hit. Throw them Phins up. Throw them Phins up. Hit.
It's the new era and we back up in the mix.
It's the new era
and we back up in the mix. Ain't no more relying on fits. It's time for Tua to get us lit. That's why we got Waddle at 6 and Jalen Phillips is a brick at 36. We got Javon Hollins, Madden hit stick. Eichenberg protecting hips. 2 whole years and he ain't slipped. Run along, he got that gritter, triple threat, he so legit. Garner Coleman, Jared Dokes, the 7th round was such a gift. That's why we toast, that's why we sip, that's why we reppin' MSM. Miami sports music, don't confuse it, don't abuse it. Unless you want a new contusion, real talk, ain't no illusion. Solo D started a movement, MSM the institution. TD Phins the contribution, yeah, we started a new unit. Throw them Phins up, throw them Phins up, hit, throw them Phins up, throw them Phins up, hit, throw them Phins up, throw them Phins up, hit.
This the new era and we back up in the mix.
Throw them Phins up, throw them Phins up, hit, throw them Phins up, throw them Phins up, hit, throw them Phins up, throw them Phins up, hit.
This the new era and we back up in the mix.
MIAMIDOLPHINs. Where do I begin? I've been rapping since a kid. If you rapping, then we can.
TWA, if you rapping, then we can.
Welcome to Persifield. We asking what would Shula do? He would take the narrative and spin it like a hula hoop. He say let it Coach Flow. Coach Flow gon' do his thing and he gon' bring it to it in and to it. Come and change the game. Watch the squad ball out. Got the fans all excited. Coolers out. Grills on. Got the tailgate ignited. It's the Aqua One Society. They know we stay united. GWA. We be down and start a riot. Throw them Phins up. Throw them Phins up. Hit. Throw them Phins.
It's the new era and we back up in the mix.
Who that?
So low, so low, so low deep.
I'm trying to tell. You feel me? But that's how we put it down. We put it down every time when it's time to show up for the fans. We out there.
You dig? They know it's coming. Yeah.
We out here with it, man. Let's go. DW, man.
Hey, what's up? Y'all know who it is, man. It's the Dolphins D. We already in here. Ready to turn up this year. He gon' get it.
Welcome to Hard Rock Stadium.
We gon' defend. We gon' defend. We gon' defend. We gon' defend. Homie, this side. Homie, this side. And we gon' defend. And we gon' defend. Let me hear you say his squad. 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 We gon' defend. We gon' defend. We gon' defend. Homie, this side. Homie, this side. And we gon' defend. And we gon' defend. Let me hear you say his squad. 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 I got the whole squad with me now. Train to go. Come play games if you want to. Try to crash eyes, you done took the wrong route. We gon' crash you like a stunt dude. Check y'all like 1, 2. Tap your head like your uncle. You wanna ride, stay buckle. It get loud down here, get wild down here. Turn the field to a jungle. Never disrespect the squad that's defended by a line and some beasts on the feast on opposition. Another line in the back, sing it to the ER just in case you got through the first line with tripping. But if for some reason it get crazy, I got watchers on the corner for my safety. Everybody here well coached. Change the weather under pressure, stay cool like an AC. Woo! But we still make heat. Woo! What is you trying to play me? We be 3+ AD, but I'm a fool so low. Can't never do great beat. Be great, only way to do great things. Hit hard, only way to make a statement. Come up in our territory, make a payment. Or be in debt with your neck. We gon' defend. We gon' defend. We gon' defend. We gon' defend. Homie, this side. Homie, this side. And we gon' defend. And we gon' defend. Let me hear you say his squad. 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 We gon' defend. We gon' defend. We gon' defend. Homie, this side. Homie, this side. And we gon' defend. And we gon' defend. Let me hear you say his squad. 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 His squad.
I hit them boys. We throw them toys. That's saying that QB. We them boys. We the realest. We go gorillas. We out here, homie. You gon' feel us. Don't make me come down. In that box. Like I'm red. I'll knock your socks. Won't play y'all boys. Cause we some bullies. We'll take your cookies. Cause y'all some rookies. I'm in the building. Me and Shot Jones. We do lane. We don't play zone. We play that man. So guard your hands. I see your eyes. You're scared,
we
man.
We gon' defend. We gon' defend. We gon' defend. Homie, this side. Homie, this side. And we gon' defend. And we gon' defend. Let me hear you say his squad. 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 His squad, his squad, his squad, his squad, his squad. We gon' defend it. We gon' defend it. We gon' defend it. Homie, this side. Homie, this side. And we gon' defend it. We gon' defend it. Remember he say his squad, 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 his squad.
CEO at TPP, the Positive Porpoise.
I'm Jason Miller from Phins Up SoCal Fan Club.
I'm Scott Howell from Atlanta Dolphin Club. Mark Angelo, NorCal Dolphin Club.
And you're listening to Clock Blockers, Miami fans' #1 morning show.
Run it, 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 run it.
What is up? What is up? What is up, beautiful people? Here on Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show, Clock Blockers. I'm your host, Stephen D. Want to say good morning to my Phins family, my Finlaws. Super excited to be hanging out with y'all today right here on the #1 Miami fan morning show. What's going on, everybody? How y'all doing? It's hump day. It's Wildin' Out Wednesday. It's Mortal Kombat Wednesday, whatever you want to call it. It's Wednesday, and I'm super excited. You were starting your morning out with me. I got my little cup of tea here this morning. I am ready to go. What is up? How y'all doing? Excited. Hey, guys, if you haven't done so, I am Stephen D. I am the host of the #1 Miami fan morning show, Clock Blockers, Flip Floppers, whatever you want to call it. If y'all could do me a huge favor, if you look right below here, you'll see at Stephen D. SKPL. Go on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, all those platforms there, TikTok. Follow me at Stephen D. SKPL. Spread kindness, positivity, and love. Super excited to be hanging out with y'all this morning. I see a lot of y'all got up early. Y'all are excited. You're ready to get the day started. Hey, look, if you also, Miami Sports Music, because that's where we're at. Go follow them on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube at Miami Sports Music, and on Twitter at MIA Sports Music. Make sure you go do all those things because they definitely help us out. They help us grow, and we can't grow without your help. So make sure you all do that. Also, want to remind you all too, hey, hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. What are y'all doing? You know, make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you subscribe. Guys, I was working on new graphics for you. See the new graphics? I was working on that. I don't know if I'm in love with it or like it or love it. I'm not sure, but I know that I wanted to make sure that y'all had the updated, latest, and greatest. So make sure you subscribe to the channel. We're growing the subscriptions, and make sure you hit that like button on the way. And there's over 40 of you so far this morning. Only 18 likes. That means half of y'all haven't hit that like button. It doesn't take much to just tap it. Just tap it. Hit the like button, please. It helps us out, helps us grow. Hey, look, if you want to join, sign up, become a member today. Your seat is waiting for you at the table. Become part of the family. I would love to see you become part of the family. There are plenty of seats at the table for you. We can't grow without your help. And part of the way of doing that is signing up to becoming a member. A lot of perks that you get. And I just want to make sure, hey, look, you like it, right? So check it out. Join this channel to get access to perks. You will see here the link to come up. Make sure you can go to that link, sign up, become a member. I'd love to get 3 new members today. And if you're a current member and you're at like the basic DWA tier, there's DWA loyalty, DWA for life. Hey man, I'm looking for people to upgrade to that highest level of the family, DWA for life. So I'd love to get 2 new members and 2 new upgrades today. Let's see if we can make that happen. That would be the goal for today. Sign up, become a member of the family. Hey, look, also, hey, if you want to help the channel grow by donating, a lot of different ways you can do that. There's 3 different ways you can do that, actually. Way number 1 is you can use the YouTube Live Super Chat, which is the $ down at the bottom of the chat that you'll see there. You hit that little $sign button, you click it, you can do a Super Chat or a super emoji or whatever you want to do. You can also use PayPal or Cash App, which is $MSM Podcast Network. You guys can hit that, or you guys can use PayPal, which is MSM Podcast Network too. Either way, these QR codes work. You can take a pause of the screen here. I'll do a little pause for you. You guys take a little screenshot there, or I'll do a screenshot here on the PayPal one. Either way, you guys can do either one of those, and you guys can help the channel grow by donating, and it definitely goes a long way into helping us grow. Hey, I want to give a big shout out to our sponsor, Tailgate. Tailgate is an amazing sponsor. Why are they amazing? Well, because they have the best place to for your tailgating needs. No matter if you're going to a concert, football game, baseball game, it doesn't matter. Any sporting event across the country, all this show is presented by Tailgate. Download the app today. Download the app on your current Apple, Crapple, or Android device, and make sure you follow Tailgate on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, and TikTok. They got a lot of really cool stuff there, so make sure you guys do that, okay? All right? This is Clock Blockers. We do this each and every morning, Tuesday through Friday, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Mondays, we usually have Dono and Daniels. I do want to remind you all this week that tomorrow we're having a Thursday special of Dono and Daniels. Why is that? Because we didn't have one this Monday. All right. I also, if you missed last night's show, the Miami Sports Music Power Hour, the Honorable Solo D, Jamie Bahamas, and myself, and Cameron even showed up for a little bit. Cameron's going to be joining us a little bit this morning. We had a great power hour. We talked a little bit about the Dolphins. We talked about the finest establishments, the top 5 establishments in Miami to go to when you're down here. Make sure you go to the show and see what establishments we were talking about. But it was a lot of fun. It was good times. Make sure you go back and check that out. Also, last night, if you speak a little Espanol, my Spanish-speaking Dolphin fans, Phins, came back on last night, Tuesday night, 9 p.m. Make sure you guys go check out Paris, Chochos, and Armand. They are absolutely amazing fellas, and they had a great show, and they put on a great show every Tuesday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So make sure you guys go check that out. All right, without further ado, usually on Wednesdays, every 2 weeks, we have a new baseball segment called Back to Back. All right. With Xavier Scruggs. Xavier just texted me and said his kids are home sick from school, so he's not going to be coming on today. That's okay. That's okay. We're going to reschedule. We're going to get him back on here, but we're still going to talk a little bit about everything this morning, which I'm super excited about to hang out with y'all, and we're going to have Dolphin chat later, so we'll be good. What I do want to do this morning while I'm waiting for Cameron to come on is if you have any questions and you want me to answer them, I want to be able to do that. So if you do hashtag Dolphin Chat, DOLFAN chat, all one word, put that in to your chat along with whatever question you might have. And it doesn't have to be about the Dolphins. It can be about anything. And I'll give you my 2 cents worth. We're going to play this one a little bit by ear this morning because I have to rearrange some things. Cameron Scott from East 32 Dolphins Tailgate is at the gym right now. He said he's going to come on in a little bit, so we'll hang out. It'll be fun there, so we'll hang out and do that. But I do want to talk a little bit about, obviously the stuff that's going on in the media this morning in regards to baseball, even though Xavier's not going to come on and talk about it right now. There is a lot going on in the world of baseball, and I want to be able to obviously talk about it. So Major League Baseball obviously holding its winter meetings for the owners right now. And what you will see there is Thursday, which is tomorrow, Rob Manfred, who's the commissioner of Major League Baseball, has already scheduled a press conference. And what I suspect this press conference is going to be is to announce the delay of spring training, which I don't want to hear. It doesn't mean that the opening day is going to be changed. But it does mean that there's probably going to be a delay within the start of baseball season, which is okay. It is what it is. So we'll definitely see what the case is with that. He's expected to talk tomorrow. And I expect him to say that spring training will be delayed but we've been down this road before. So even if it's a 2-week delay, that's just 2 less weeks of spring training, which means we could still start on time. But it all depends on what the Major League Baseball Players Association, Major League Baseball, and it's just about them coming together and sit at the table. They are supposed to come back and sit down at the table after the winter meetings. But I can tell you as a baseball fan, Major League Baseball can't really afford to do this, and they're pushing the fine line. They are pushing the fine line there at Major League Baseball, and they don't want. I really don't think that they want to get into something like this, because if they do, it's going to be a big mess. It's going to be a big mess for Major League Baseball. They don't want to. They don't want to do that. So we'll have to see what goes on here with Rob Manfred. I'm not a huge, I really don't think there's any commissioner in any of the sporting leagues that does a great. They're always going to have a target painted on their back. We know that at every NFL draft, Roger Goodell is going to get booed, right? We know, Rob Manfred is probably, public enemy number one when it comes to baseball. Adam Silver, look, he does, out of all the commissioners, I think he's probably the most liked, but he also has a red target painted on his back in the NBA. So there's not, I just feel like it's a job that you're destined to, I don't want to say fail at, but you're not always going to be held in the high regards of public. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. The other thing that I think that has not been talked about, that I want to talk about. So Trevor Bauer is a former pitcher. He's a current pitcher in Major League Baseball. He's one of the best, actually. And I was talking this morning with Cameron, and last night or yesterday, Trevor Bauer is somebody that, one of the things that I think Major League Baseball doesn't do a good job of is having their players market themselves. Which is why I love Xavier. And there's players that are starting to pick that up on that. And one of them is Trevor Bauer. Trevor Bauer is a highly controversial player within Major League Baseball because he will tell you how it is and what it's been like. Now, Trevor Bauer pitched for the Los Angeles Dodgers last year, and in the middle of the season was accused of rape allegations, sexual misconduct, and vehemently denied it, but couldn't go into detail of it. Well, yesterday or the day before, the Los Angeles County state public attorneys obviously filed that, or said that they were not going to file any charges, that they did a full investigation of everything, and they're not going to file any charges. Now, I normally don't like to get into this kind of stuff, but I think it's prevalent, especially in baseball, as well as in the world that we live in today. So there's about a 7-minute clip that I'm going to play for you, and it's Trevor Bauer pretty much addressing the allegations made against him. So we're going to watch that real quick because I want to discuss it more in detail with you guys and kind of get your thoughts on it, as well as give you my take on the whole thing. So this is Trevor Bauer, and we're going to listen to Trevor right now. If you guys can hear it, let me know.
Hey guys, today the district attorney's office publicly stated that they are not going to file any charges. I know a lot of you have been waiting for me to address this, and I've wanted to for some time now, and now I'm finally able to speak, so here it goes. First off, you haven't heard from me much over the last few months, and the reason for that is simple. I've been respecting the Pasadena Police Department as they conducted their investigation. As I believe that, allegations as serious as these should be fully investigated and not adjudicated in the media. Now, the investigation has been extremely thorough, and both the Pasadena Police and the District Attorney's Office have access to much more information than.
I do want to state real quick, I'm just going to pause it real quick. He's going to talk about some details of his sexual escapades. So if you have kids, just want to give a little bit of a fair warning of a disclaimer. He's going to get a little graphic. So just be prepared for it. I don't want to hit you off guard. I should have said that before. But again, I'm interested to kind of know what you guys think, what you all think, and we'll go from there. I'm going to keep on playing it.
Has been made public at this point. Now, during the investigation, I've watched many draw premature conclusions based on an absurd amount of misinformation and false claims that have been circulated with absolutely no corroboration. Now, in August, the Los Angeles Superior Court reviewed a host of information and testimony, and after a 4-day hearing, denied a request for a permanent restraining order against me, as the court correctly found that there is no basis for this request. And more importantly, in doing so, the court also found that no sexual assault, act of abuse, or non-consensual sex occurred between me and the woman seeking the restraining order. And today, the district attorney's office announced that they are declining to press any charges. Now, both my representatives and I have expected this outcome from the beginning, and we are grateful that each of these neutral and third-party arbiters have reviewed the relevant information and made clear and informed decisions on this matter. I've cooperated with the Pasadena Police Department's investigation, and my version of events has not wavered because it is the truth. I also never materially misled the court, as it was found that this woman did. I'm sure that you've read a lot in the media on this matter, and I'm sure you've formed a lot of opinions as a result. As I mentioned, the majority of those reports are based on what the Los Angeles Superior Court has deemed to be a materially misleading petition. So I'd like to set the record straight on what actually happened. I had consensual sex with this woman on 2 occasions at my residence in Pasadena, during which we engaged in rough sex. This is something that she brought up. We discussed it together, and both agreed to engage in. We established rules and boundaries, and I followed them. On both occasions, she consented beforehand when we established those boundaries. She also repeatedly consented during sex when I asked her multiple times if she was enjoying herself and if she wanted to continue. And in fact, she continued to direct me as to what she wanted in no uncertain terms. After we finished, on both occasions, we talked briefly, joked around, laughed, and went to sleep. Following our second sexual encounter, we also showered separately, I might add, and without assistance, before going to sleep. And she chose to stay the night both times and left the following day without any incident or concern. And when she left, she certainly did not look anything like the photos that were later attached to her family court declaration and circulated by her lawyers to the media. Now, while this is not the time or the place to address every single lie or falsehood that this woman or her lawyers made to the court, I do want to be crystal clear about a few things. I never punched this woman in the face. I never punched her in the vagina. I never scratched her face. I never had anal sex with her or sodomized her in any way. I never assaulted her in any way at any time. And while we did have consensual rough sex, the disturbing acts and conduct that she described simply did not occur. Now, you may not be my biggest fan or agree with everything that I've said over the years, and that's okay. I'm not a perfect person. And if you want to judge me for engaging in rough sex with a woman that I hardly knew, that's okay too. In evaluating my life over the recent months, it's clear that I've made some poor choices. particularly in regards to the people that I've chosen to associate with. But I am not the person that this woman, her lawyers, and certain members of the media have painted me to be. Allegations like this are extremely serious, and they should be thoroughly investigated, as has happened in this matter. However, it's extremely alarming to watch how quickly and willingly and knowingly certain members of the media have taken one side of a story and tried to convict me in the court of public opinion without having or choosing to report anywhere close to all of the facts. But on that note, the last several months have been an extremely challenging time. And I want to say how incredibly grateful I am to the numerous teammates and players and coaches and fans and friends and even complete strangers who have reached out to me and stood by me, even if it was in silence. To those people, your support and your kind words mean much more than you know. And I'm relieved to, finally be able to share the truth with you. So thanks for hearing me out, and I'll see you all very soon. Hey guys.
All right, so that was Trevor Bauer, and let me tell you, that was I don't know. I guess the word is cringeworthy. I don't know how to react to that. When I first heard that. Okay, now let me give you some context as to who I think Trevor Bauer is from the standpoint before the allegations. Before the allegations, Trevor Bauer was somebody who in Major League Baseball was considered a controversial figure because Major League Baseball has a huge identity problem. And part of having that identity problem is, for example, their best player, there are two best players in Major League Baseball, in my opinion, are Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani, who both play for the same team, actually, in the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, whatever you want to call them, California Angels, Anaheim Angels, whatever. But part of what that I say that is because if I were to put those two guys in a lineup with 10 other baseball players, I almost guarantee you the average sports fan would not know who those guys are. And they're the best players in their league. So Major League Baseball has an identity crisis on their hands. And when you have an identity crisis on your hands, I think part of that, we live in a world of digital media. And so Trevor takes it into his hands, and I'm going to get to the sexual misconduct and everything. But before that, he takes it into his hands. He created his own channel on YouTube. And with that, he was very transparent in his viewpoints about everything that has gone on with Major League Baseball over the last 3 or 4 years. When Major League Baseball, decided that they were going to start, testing the baseballs for substance abuse or substances on baseballs, people getting tested. Like he was very transparent. Stuff that hasn't been shown to the fans. So I think he pissed off a lot of people in Major League Baseball. And Major League Baseball has this good boy mentality. And it's tough to divert away from that. Now, I am a huge Major League Baseball fan. And I think part of what you will find within Major League Baseball is that they need to learn, hey, these players are probably going to say some things that they don't agree with you with, but that does not mean that they're the enemy. Now, with that being said, I think Trevor goes about it. I don't know the exact words I should use or the words to use, but I think he goes hard in the paint is how I'll put it. And when you have a player that's ready to do that with Major League Baseball is not going to be as excited when you're trying to take the lead of, presenting the game to the average sports fan. And that's what Trevor was doing. So these sexual allegations came out late last year, in the middle of last season, and it took him out. He didn't play the rest of the year when these allegations came out because it was very controversial. There were some damning photos. There was a lot of things that it just did not look good. Now, I will admit, in the back of my mind, I was like, hold up. This is the most controversial player in baseball right now, actively. And all of a sudden, these reports are coming out about sexual misconduct and allegations with him. Now, do I think that I don't think for a second that he didn't have sex with this woman, but I don't also think that there was something that didn't, there were things that didn't add up to the report that was in hand. And so when they came out, I had to be like, okay, they're not releasing enough evidence. They're not releasing anything. So I've been waiting for this report. I've been waiting for, him to respond. And you're only going to respond after the DA closes an investigation, the district attorney. And so everything came out. And as a matter of fact, let me bring my good friend in here, Cameron 954. What's up, Cameron? How's it going, man?
Good. Good morning. How are you? From rainy South Florida.
And I just played the Trevor Bauer, response. And let me bring you into it. What are your thoughts when you hear that response?
I think I messaged you and Xavier this morning early. It's amazingly candid, and that's who Trevor is, right? It's right on brand, but it's candid, it's honest, it's open. He seems to be a touch, humble about the whole situation. And it's the danger of the perception of social media. You put yourself out there, and everybody's subject to interpretation. And granted, I don't think there's a lot of people that like Trevor Bauer just because of the perception he may or may not put off. But to be as candid as he did and contrite was pretty amazing to see for me this morning. And, personally, I'm happy for him because it sounds like the allegations were unwarranted, and it's a shame. It's another example of somebody trying to take advantage of somebody else's fame and fortune. It sounds like, and I'm glad that he was exonerated and he can continue his career, hopefully with the Dodgers or another baseball team, because prior to all this BS, he was on his way to having a prolific season with the Dodgers. And,
he was on his way to another future Cy Young award, probably. And
100%. Yes.
He was one of, if not the best pitcher in all of baseball.
Absolutely.
I think that this is a very common thing now, and that's sad in our society. There's a lot of rain out here in your back. You got the rain going there, man. It's raining where you're at. It's sunshine here.
Yeah, it's like 59 and rainy.
What do you think athletes are going to learn from this? Because let's call a spade a spade. This isn't the first time something like this has happened to a professional athlete.
No.
How do players protect themselves? Because the rumor is Derek Jeter, and I know these are all rumors. Derek Jeter supposedly, allegedly, had women sign NDAs before he slept with them. Now, and now I don't know if that's true or not, but are we to that point in our society where a professional athlete's best sexual experiences, before we do anything, you're going to sign this waiver saying that you consent?
I mean, but on the other hand, he's protecting himself and he's smart about it, right? Like, it sounds like, in relation to Trevor Bauer, that, from what he said on the video and what he testified, during the investigation too, is that everything was consensual, and he went out of his way to make sure it was consensual and protect himself, from exactly what happened to him. And thankfully he did, because it was found out that, those allegations were untrue. So, if Jeter does that, it's just a step that somebody in this, with that kind of fame, unfortunately has to take, and it kind of takes away the spontaneity and the passion of a gesture, like consensual sex. And that's, I guess, one of the sacrifices you make, to protect yourself.
All right, now let me talk about conspiracy theory. Conspiracy theory is Trevor Bauer was one of the best pitchers in all of baseball. Major League Baseball didn't like how he was very transparent about the game, what happened behind the scenes, from drug testing to testing of foreign substances on baseballs to testing for COVID. He was very transparent on all that on his channel. There are some people that think this was an opportunity to go out and take care of this guy and bring him down so you don't have to deal with him no more from Major League Baseball standpoint. I say that to say this, Cameron. How is Major League Baseball ever going to grow and allow players to separate themselves from a marketing standpoint? If they look at what happened with Trevor Bauer, I don't think as a Major League Baseball player, I'm like, I don't know if I want to start my own YouTube channel. I don't, because what if I say the wrong thing? Like, Major League Baseball is going to try to shut me down, or worse.
First of all, like, I've never heard that there's a conspiracy to bring Trevor Bauer down by Major League Baseball. I think Major League Baseball recognizes Trevor Bauer as a marketing tool, and
a marketing tool. I don't know if they look at him as that. I think they look at him as public enemy.
I don't think so. Like, any PR is good PR, whether it's negative or positive. Major League Baseball has a commodity in Trevor Bauer. And Trevor Bauer, and this is a good conversation that Xavier probably could speak a little bit more eloquently to, because he's in the midst of really building his brand, right? And people like Trevor Bauer has been ahead of the curve and done things his own way, including building his own brand and being really honest about what a player goes through. And in my opinion, I think I welcome that, because Major League Baseball, it seems, tries to cloak a lot of what goes on behind the scenes.
They do. They try to shut it down. They try to hide it. And that's the point I'm trying to make. The Trevor's not doing that.
He's not hiding it. No, and nor should he. But I think it's a sticking point to the negotiations that are going on presently, how the players are treated, how Major League Baseball players are treated, how free agents are treated, and Trevor Bauer has been candid about all of this stuff, and I think I as a fan welcome it, because I want to see players treated correctly and fairly.
I think Major League Baseball really needs to kind of look at themselves and say, hey, look, we need to do a better job of promoting and marketing our star players and even our semi-star players, right? Like, there's no reason living in Miami or that Jazz Chisholm, being the guy that he is, shouldn't be marketed as like within the local community and like pumped up. He should be. He's a star player. He's very charismatic. There's no reason that we shouldn't have more access to them, to him personally, like from a marketing standpoint. And if that's self-marketing through social media, if that's self-marketing through the team saying, hey, Chaz, we want you to do more stuff on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, because I think it will help engage the younger fan base. And I don't see why Major League Baseball doesn't take that next step for Jazz, because he's great, right?
I'll take that one step further. I think all South Florida sports do a horrible job of marketing their marketable players. Jazz, Tua, Jimmy Butler, Aaron Ekblad, from the Panthers. I think we don't see enough of them. And I don't know, is it because the teams are not trying, or is it more so on the player themselves to build their own brand? But when it comes from a team perspective, like the same old is just tired anymore. Like seeing billboards along the highway or, a commercial spot during a game, I don't think is enough. To your point, I think teams embracing their stars and promoting them better, I think could go a long way to marketing towards the younger generation.
I 100% agree. Like Florida Panthers can do a better job of it, Major League Baseball, and even the Dolphins. The Dolphins should.
That's what I just said. Like Javon Holland is somebody who's out there on social media all the time. So why don't the Dolphins do a better job of creating a platform for him on the team's behalf?
I would do it in a heartbeat, especially in with the fan base being as upset as it is with the team. And now you have multiple outlets like myself, TD Phins Talk, Reason, Dougly Do Wrong, K Flexin, all of them. You have an opportunity to put a player like Javon Holland out there and be able to promote the team himself. Like it just should be it,
No, I don't disagree with that at all. There could be a lot more done, to promote, your stars on your team for sure.
Chris Delacca says, I can't believe you guys are supporting this man. He's a known jerk around the league. I'm assuming you're talking about Trevor Bauer. Look,
it's not so much that
it's
we're
a perception
Trevor,
thing. Yeah,
it's not so much as that we're and that's Chris Delacca brings up a great point. Like, it's the perception that Trevor Bauer has as it being a jerk because he doesn't smile a lot or he's brutally honest about some of the things that go on behind the scenes of Major League Baseball, or he posts alternative ways of going about his business and training, and he has a perception as being the bad guy. But I think the whole point is that Trevor Bauer is bringing, he exposed himself on social media. He posted his comments this morning on his Instagram page. And I think the point is that social media is used as a legitimate platform now to communicate with the fan base.
Yeah. Imagine if 20 years ago, 15 years ago, heck, 10 years ago, he never would have been able to get his point out other than maybe an article that might have went out in a couple of papers.
Yeah, no, it would have been an exclusive. Like the writer would have been lauded as having the exclusive interview with Trevor Bauer.
Where Trevor now gets to put out his own narrative.
It would have been put out in the week after issue of Sports Illustrated. That's probably how it would have gone down.
Yeah, 100%. I think that we need to realize that social media has its pros and its cons, and they come at it. His own teammates had problem with him. Garrett Cole can't stand him. Chris Delacca said. Look, I don't think this is a matter of whether you like the guy or not. Chris Delacca.
Well, and so there's another example of how social media exasperates, a situation within a locker room. Before social media, those things weren't exposed as much. It was all hearsay. Like, Joe DiMaggio hated Mickey Mantle, but you didn't see those two players going at each other in social media because it wasn't around. It was all, through the reporting of your beat reporters, your locker room guys that had access to the, from the newspaper. It's a much different world.
It is a much different world, and I think that you also have to realize, in a team of 25 players, not all 25 are going to like each other either.
That's exactly right.
It's just not going to happen. I think this is a great conversation. I wish Xavier was able to come on this morning. I don't know if I would have went into as much detail on the Trevor Bauer situation, but I know I would have wanted to talk just about the marketing standpoint. And I love the fact that you brought it up, not only for Major League Baseball, but you kept it to South Florida, and all of the teams need to do a better job of marketing their players and everything. All right. Next thing I want to get to that I think is hilarious, and I want to get your thought on it. And I'm going to change directions here now. So the Olympics are going on in Beijing, China. Okay? And so I want you to look at this photo, and I would just love your thoughts on it because there are so many things that come to mind when I look at it. This is the freestyle skiing slope in Beijing, and it is at a nuclear power plant. This is not a Photoshop. This is the real deal. There's the freestyle skiing slope, which is man-made here, is at a nuclear power plant outside of Beijing. I just want to get your thoughts on that, because to me, that's the funniest thing in the world.
I mean, it is what it is, right? It is hilarious. I mean, it's just ironic. I mean, this country as big as China, they didn't have a better place to put a damn ski slope.
It is so funny to me, man. And maybe I shouldn't laugh at it, but I saw it, and the very first thing I thought of was The Simpsons in Springfield. Like it was like my first thing that I thought of when I was looking at it. You know, I love the Olympics, but one of the things that missed from the summer games this past summer, as well as the winter games here, there's really no fans, which suck, right? And there just doesn't seem to be as big of, NBC promotes it because it's NBC. But aside from that, nobody else is talking about the Olympics. Nobody else really. Is that just, without getting political, is that because of the political climate that we're in?
I don't think so. I think that's kind of the norm for, there's two reasons, in my opinion. It's kind of the norm for Winter Olympics, right? Like, we don't have any Winter Olympic athletes to gravitate around. Like Lolo Jones, I think would have been, if she had made, the team again this year for the Winter Olympics, that, she's a marketable person. Shaun White, he just announced his retirement. So I don't think there's anybody that we can really gravitate towards. I watched last night the ice skating, the Asian American gentleman that they featured, who's magnificent, had a wonderful routine. But is he a household name? No. I just probably named the two household names that
from this Olympic Games
that we could gravitate to, and one of them's not even in it. But secondly, my thought last night is I'm watching, these events, and what's the difference between these events and the X Games now? Like, the downhill aerial, like the big aerial competition last night. That never was a ski competition or a Winter Olympic competition until recently. And it I don't know, they're trying to capture that younger audience and incorporate, the younger generations, the millennials, Gen Zs. Hopefully they're successful at it, but I know, because there's huge money into it. But for someone like me, like, I like the downhill skiing. I like, the last night they had the skeleton racing, which was amazing. But I just don't think that the Winter Olympics are as marketable and attractive to most of America as maybe it is for some other countries like Norway and Finland and complete, countries like that.
Yeah, right now the medal count: Germany has the most gold, 5 gold, 8 total medals. Norway, Sweden have 4 gold medals. Norway with 10 total medals. And then
it kind of proves my point. Those are all winter centric, countries.
I'm about to say the Dolphins. The United States are down at number 10 with 1 gold medal and 7 total medals, with 5 silver, and they have the most silver medals. I just think it's funny, man. I think it's I look at this, and I think when it's all said and done, USA will be in the top 3 in medals. They'll be in the top 3 in gold medals. But that's also because they also have the most athletes. And when you have the most athletes, odds are you're going to, I think they have like 228 athletes, which I think is more than China, who had like 170. Yeah, they have, during the intro, I think China only had 178 athletes, something like that. And U.S. had 202. So Russia's the Olympic Committee of Russia.
Yeah,
and I think we had more than them. I could be wrong about Russia, but I know we had more than China. And China's the hosting country, which means they have a slot in every. The host country gets to have a slot in every event that there is.
I think to that point, I think Finland or Sweden had just as many as the U.S. did.
Yeah.
Anyway, I mean, they're northern, they're winter centric, countries. U.S. is more of track and field and swimming and sports that are summer Olympic sports.
All right. Well, look, I love talking about these two things with you. I know you don't have a lot of time, but let me just switch into the Dolphins talk, and then I'll do the Dolphins panel this morning and bring the rest of the fans on this morning. Let me get your thoughts on Mike McDaniel, and I know we talked a little bit last night, but if you just want to regurgitate, some of what you said last night, as well as where your heart is at as a fan with this team moving forward for the Miami Dolphins.
I think it all summed up in my East 32 Dolphins tailgate post this morning. I tagged you at. I don't know if you can look at it on Instagram, but I'm excited, and it's interesting to see that like the majority, I think, of Dolphin fans have come together and are behind the McDaniel hiring. I think the more he gets exposed to us, because there's, I was at a dinner last night and with somebody who grew up in Miami as a Dolphin fan that didn't know who Mike. Yeah, you should.
I'm not posting that, bro.
You need to. Well, if anybody wants to see it, go to my East 32 Dolphins tailgate Instagram page, because it's collectively how we feel about the Mike McDaniel hiring. But I there's a lot of uncertainty, I think, and fairly so. Like, he's a young guy, and I know a lot of the old heads want tried and proven in terms of head coaching position. But everything that's being said about him from the players, his coaches, his past mentors, is that he's the type of coach that you can build a foundation upon, and that hopefully, Ross doesn't screw it up and push him away, because the guy has the chops, he has the respect of the locker room, he has the respect of the players. There was an interesting post by somebody, may have been Phins United or somebody, that showed the screenshots of the likes of the Flores press conference versus the McDaniel press conference, and it was like 4-1 in favor of McDaniel in terms of support for the hire, which was interesting to me. So you're seeing other players come out. Duke Johnson released a statement how excited he is because he played for him in the past. You're seeing his former employers talk about him.
You're
George
seeing
Kittle.
Robert Saleh. Robert Saleh is like, whoa, this guy's in the AFC East now. There's going to be some trouble. Like, even the opponents are kind of scared.
Yeah, well, they respect him, right? They respect his abilities to coach a team and I think communicate really well his desires of what he wants to see done on the field. And I don't think that was always the case with Flores. So I said this, I think, last night, is that, sometimes, Flores, let's say, he came from the Belichick, coaching tree, and it's his way or the highway, and he wanted to control everything, and he wanted to make sure his fingerprint was on every decision made. And I think McDaniel is will show a little bit more collaborative coaching style. And that sometimes in those instances, whether it's in sports or just a company, when you release that kind of pressure and your employees are more relaxed and able to focus on their position more, that you see better results. And I think that's what we're going to see with McDaniel.
I agree with you. I 100% agree with that. I think that actually, I agree with the optimism of that. Let me say that. I don't want to say I 100% agree with you. I agree that the optimism is there, right? And I said this last night. I was on Mike on the Mike show on the Phins Tailgate Network for about 10 or 15 minutes last night. It was like midnight, and I was trying to go to sleep, and I couldn't go to sleep, and they were on YouTube. So I was like, let me get on for 10 or 15 minutes and hang out with them. It was I said, I think that the optimism is there for this coach, but in my opinion, and I hope that I'm wrong, and I hope that I eat my words, and I want to be wrong, I feel like this is the same hire we've seen the last 7 coaches. There's a lot of similarities. It's a first-time head coach. This guy has an opportunity to change the franchise around. We thought let's perfectly be, maybe not Philbin, but we thought that about Gase. We thought that about Flores, especially the last two. So there's a lot of similarities here. Flores was considered a defensive mastermind. McDaniel's considered an offensive mastermind.
So this is like I think the only similarities are in that it's the perception that we as fans have, right? Like there's a lot of difference between McDaniel and Flores. The only similarity, I believe, is that he's a first-time head coach, and that's it. He's always been offensively minded. He's always been on the offensive side of the ball. He played sparingly as a player at Yale as a wide receiver, where Flores, played through college. And I just think that's where the similarities end. I think it's refreshing. He brings a different tone and a different outlook towards his view towards things. His communication style, I think, which is extremely important, and it's something that I've touched on many times, is that it sounds to me like he's very relatable to today's player, and I think that's an extremely important asset moving forward. That's why you see a lot of these younger coaches being hired and having success, is because they understand today's player better. They understand how to communicate with them and how to get the best out of these guys. Where I think the Philbins of the world, I hate to say, is maybe a lot less relevant in their coaching style.
I still don't know what they were doing hiring him all those years ago, but that's neither here or there. I at least get, and I'll also say, and I asked you this last night, do you think the Dolphins got their person? Do you think they got their guy? And I would say that I think that he was in the top two of the person that they wanted to bring in as the next head coach. And even with all the scandal that broke last week, I think that I think it says a lot about the franchise to still get the guy that was at on top of their list. Because I think that if he wasn't coming, I personally thought the moment that scandal hit, man, I was like, there's no way he's coming. There's no way.
I thought the opposite. I think that catapulted him to the top. I think, because of his first, look at it from his perspective, it's a resume builder, right? He's now a head coach in the league. If he succeeds, he can kind of write his own ticket, especially understanding, what happened with Ross and Flores. Like if he can turn that into a positive for him, for his own brand, as we were talking about, because he is building his brand, he's building his resume at the same time that he's building the Dolphins. I think it's a positive. I think that I also always contend that I think if there was a way for Ross to convince Harbaugh to come down here, that would have happened. And I think the timing of the Flores deal really sank that opportunity.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you there. Coordinator wise, is there anybody in particular that you definitely want moving forward, or type of person that you want moving forward?
It's a great question, because the rumor is that Fangio would be a great defensive coordinator pick, and I disagree from this perspective. Does he bring head coaching experience in the league? Does he bring respect from the players and a defensive style that has had success? Yes, but does his defensive style fit the current personnel on this team? And it's absolutely no. He runs a 3-4 base defense, and we've been running a 5-2 or a 4-3 the past 2 years with success. And I don't see his style of defense, being a good fit for the personnel that we have. I read a report this morning. I believe the Atlanta Falcons quarterback coach was being considered for offensive coordinator, and this is somebody that has worked with McDaniel.
Charles London.
Yeah, he'd worked with McDaniel while McDaniel was in Atlanta. So there is definite history between the two.
There's history between the two, and I'll interrupt and I'll say I think that would. So this is what I think. I think that hiring a guy like Charles London as your OC, you groom him. You're grooming him. You think he is the best because that basically means that McDaniel's going to run the offense. Like that's what that tells me if you're hiring somebody like London. But that also tells me if you're going to hire a guy like Vic Fangio, that you're going to be like, okay, well then I don't need to do anything with the defense. You come in, you take over, you do your thing, which I think is exactly what I want to hear from a coach, somebody who's going to put his ego to the side and say, I don't excel on the defensive side of the ball. You come in, you take care of it.
I kind of disagree to the point where I think these things were already discussed, in the interview process, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Boyer elevated to defensive coordinator, assistant head coach, instead of bringing in.
No way.
That's what I'm thinking. Only because they want continuity with the current defensive. They see the defensive team as it is now as not far away from being, elite.
I would be very disappointed if they kept Boyer. I would be very disappointed.
Why?
Because two things. Number one, he's from the last regime, right? I want to see the guys McDaniel's this genius. I need you to bring in geniuses as well, right? A part of your coaching staff. The second thing I want to see is this is a perception thing. Perception. There's no real there's rumors to this allegation. I don't know if it's true. But my gut tells me that Flores took over calling the defensive plays halfway through the year last year. And because of that, I don't want the guy that he replaced him with because he wasn't capable to do the job good enough to be the guy in charge of running the entire thing on defense this year. No way. None. I don't want him. Nope. I don't want Boyer. I said it. I've been banging my hand on the table. Give me a brand new coordinator, but give me a defensive-minded genius. I agree with you. I think Fangio runs a totally different style defense, but the man is smart. And by the way, he's run 3 top 10 defenses in his career.
Yeah,
that says a lot.
Out of a base package that doesn't fit our current personnel. So what are you going to do? Turn over the defense?
We haven't had a top 10 defense since 1995, Cameron.
Listen, the way they played the last 7 games, regardless of who was calling the plays, they're not far away. And with the current personnel, I'm talking their current personnel and where they best fit a scheme, right? That scheme is they've retained almost all of their defensive coaches. They haven't gone anywhere yet.
Yeah.
And until I'm just saying, all signs are pointing towards that happening. Boyer being the man.
I'll say this. I'll go as far as to say, and y'all can keep the receipt, that if Boyer runs the defense, we're not making the playoffs this year. I'm just saying right now.
So that is something that I'm sure was discussed. I'm sure that McDaniel has his plans for, and it will remain to be seen of whether he brings a whole new defensive staff in. But I also know, or we want to think, is a better statement, that McDaniel was brought in to drive the offensive side of the ball and best utilize Tua's abilities to make a prolific offense. Whether we can argue all day long.
On the offensive side.
On the offensive side of what that looks like. And so, in my opinion, I think continuity means a lot to him because he doesn't have to worry about turning over the team.
It's the wrong decision.
It's the wrong decision. It's only the wrong decision on February 10th, but it'll be the wrong decision if the defense fails, October 10th.
Chris Delacus asks, Cameron, if we don't make the playoffs next year, is McDaniel one and done?
Is McDaniel one and done if we don't make the playoffs? That's a great question. I think I don't think so. I think if we don't make the playoffs next year, Tua's done.
I'll say this. I said from the beginning, because you did not let go of Greer at the same time of Flores, that it's very plausible. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying it could happen, that if you don't make the playoffs this year and Stephen Ross ends up selling the team next year, that Beal could come in, or whoever, hope it's not Beal, but it looks like it will be. Beal could come in and say, bro, I'm cleaning house. We're getting a new GM. We're getting a new head coach. We're gutting the team again. We're going to do a complete tear down and rebuild. Because at that point, it's on him to do. So to answer Christolakis' question, do I think it will happen? No. Could it happen? Oh, yeah. And I'm saying, and everybody's like, well, you could say anything can happen. I'm saying it's likely that it could happen. If they don't make the playoffs, Ross could be like, all right, I'm done. I've tried it all. I can't do this no more. I'm 82 years old. Just whatever. Right?
You can't disagree with that statement.
No, you can't. And so which is part of the reason that I don't like Boyer being the defensive coordinator, because it's not McDaniel's guy. So you mean to tell me McDaniel's a smart guy? So you want to sit here and tell me that McDaniel's going to tie his horse to a successful head coaching stint to a guy who he doesn't know running the defense? No way.
We don't know that. That might have been part of the negotiation deal. And only time will tell over the next few weeks.
And let me tell you, if that was part of the negotiation deal, Miami's making the same stupid mistakes that they've been making for the last 10 or 15 years, Cameron. If that was part of the negotiation deal, it is part of the reason that this team stays in mediocrity.
So, I'll further that point. In my opinion, because Greer is still here, because that defensive staff is still here, I think absolutely that was part of the deal.
Lord, please don't let that be right. I'm begging you, please don't let that be right. Color commentary, shout out to Color, says he'll get 2 years max unless we make it to a playoffs and play respectable. I think he has to make the playoffs this year. I really do.
Steven, what was his contract length? What did he sign?
4 years, I think. 4 years.
I think he gets 3. I think he gets 3 years.
Miami Dolphins just said 6 minutes ago on Twitter, set your clocks. Coach McDaniel's introductory press conference will be tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Tomorrow?
February 10th. February 10th. I really think that True Blazer says, duh, y'all just figuring this is the same old sorry Dolphins hire move. Steven, calm down, take a sip of your tea and relax. The Geyser says, I agree with Cameron. Level 2 News said the defense is supposedly a playoff roster. McDaniel's going to maximize the offense. $70 million added to the books. Anything less than playoffs is a failure, and he's fired.
Hey, listen, that's a very plausible opinion, and absolutely that could happen. That's a great point, is that we don't factor in the opportunity that this team has to get marketably better on the offensive side of the ball, both the offensive line, wide receiver, running back position, with the money that they have to spend. And that's on Greer.
Lance McDonald says we will be getting a new quarterback in the next year and a new head coach in 2. Lost says Alex wrong. Name 7 of the teams that were just in the playoffs that the Dolphins are better than.
Philadelphia.
He's talking about AFC.
Oh, he just said playoffs.
He did, but let's go AFC. AB said, so let me get this straight. If McDaniel don't make the playoffs, we should fire him, and we're already making excuses for him. LOL. Level 2 Noob says that's the standard we've set by firing a head coach that won back-to-back seasons for the first time in 20 years. Lance McDonald says, I hope we get Jimmy G just to put Tua where he belongs. a backup quarterback. Man, bro, you guys are rough. Let's see here. Von Joe says McDaniel is really in a sticky situation because he's literally in a position where if he has a losing season, the media will slaughter him and the Dolphins. And you know what? You bring up a good point, Von Joe, which is part of the reason I have a very difficult time with him keeping Boyer. He's got to know he has a short lease. He's got to know that he doesn't have, Cameron brings up the point. Well, in the negotiation process, why would he take the job if he's going to be?
Because he's now a head coach in the NFL. There's only 32 of those positions.
And I've heard that argument before, Cameron, and he would be a head coach in the next year or two anywhere.
You can't assume that. You cannot assume that.
I can't.
We've been saying the same shit about Eric Bieniemy for the past 5 years.
No, I haven't. I said he should be a head coach.
Right.
I didn't say he would be.
Man, he should.
And McDaniel was going, I guarantee on, and we'll never know because he was hired here, but I guarantee you on everything, had he had not been hired this offseason, he would have been hired next offseason. And so now you're telling me that instead of waiting a year to go to a better opportunity, that in the negotiation process, Chris Greer and Stephen Ross told him, hey, I don't care what you do, but you need to leave the defensive coaches in place. No way that conversation happened.
100% that should happen.
And if it did, shame on the Dolphins. Shame on the Dolphins.
So you're basing all of this on your assumption that Boyer wasn't calling the plays. You don't know that.
I know that when
you don't know that.
So let's break it down, right? And I know Color's getting mad. I know Color's getting mad. All right, let's break this down, sir. Do you remember his last 3 press conferences during the losing streak? The same question was asked, and I'm semi-quoting. I'm not getting exact word for word, but he basically said, Cameron, the question was asked to him, do you think you need to change anything on defense so that and I quote, I don't think we need to change anything. The game plan is the right thing. We just need to execute better.
Okay.
The moment that Houston game was, we sat and watched that game together. You and I, we were there. You mean to tell me that game didn't look different on defense? There were 4 or 5 interceptions that day. There was 9 interceptions total in the game. He took over play calling. My gut
so
tells
you're gonna tell me that because you had a quarterback who hadn't played all season and our secondary is one of the better ones in the NFL and they feasted on Tyrod Taylor being rusty, that you're going to equate that to Flores calling better plays than Boyer?
Did they not execute better? Did they not?
Does that mean that Boyer wasn't calling the plays?
I personally don't. Now, again,
listen, maybe they just game planned better for Tyrod Taylor.
But you heard Flores. We haven't changed anything. We just need to execute better.
Does that mean that he changed play calling responsibility?
I'm telling you right now, he took over play calling.
Flores told you right then that nothing changed.
Bro, I'm telling you right now, Flores took over play calling.
Man, you weren't even watching. You were eating cheese fries and looking at the cheerleaders.
Bro, I was eating cheese fries. There's no doubt about I was eating cheese fries. But I promise you on everything, my guy, that when you look at it from the stand, like it's a plausible theory. Even if you don't believe me, Cameron, you have to admit, okay, I'll give it to you. Flores took over play calling halfway through the year. But let's even throw that argument to the side. Let's not even use that argument. You mean to tell me, you're like, well, there's only 32 jobs in the NFL. So it didn't matter what they said to him. He was going to take the job anyway because there's only 32. That argument is so horrible. That's such a horrible argument.
You take Ross's money all day long. You know why? Because Ross pays money.
Some nothings are better than some somethings. You've heard that saying before.
It's a head coach position.
Bro,
listen, I said this at the beginning of this argument, this conversation, that McDaniel has an opportunity to right a ship and make a big name for himself. He's got a lot of positive momentum going into this job based on his track record. He can come in here and he can mold to a playoff caliber quarterback. He can change
I'm not arguing the offensive side, Cameron.
Hold on. He can change because listen, he can change things on the offensive side of the ball, which we all agree were really foobar last year with a competent defense. And if he keeps the same defense moving forward and just changes the offensive side of the ball, one could assume this team could be marketably better. Remember, the losses, earlier in the year weren't so much based on defensive misplays. It was offensive.
You want to okay, and I hear it. I disagree with it, and I disagree with it because McDaniel's smart. He knows he doesn't have he has a short leash here. He can't make the mistakes that first-time head coaches get to make. You have 90 million, 80, let's say 80 plus million in cap space. You have multiple draft picks. You have a defense that is arguably top 10. Right? Arguably, when things are executed properly. You don't get to make the mistakes that first-time head coaches. So you need to come in here, take over offense, which is why if Charles London ends up being the guy on OC, I promise you McDaniel's calling the plays. London will be groomed, but McDaniel will be the one having the final say-so. And if the defensive side should go to a guy like Vic Fangio, even if he doesn't run the same style defense, because he's a defensive mastermind with a track record of running a successful defense. If the Dolphins fail that way, I have no problem with it. They went out swinging. They went out doing it the right way. But if you're going to sit here and tell me that Mike McDaniel took a job knowing that he was restricted and handcuffed, not being able to run the team the way he wanted to run it as far as coaching staff is concerned, there's no way I'm believing that happened for a minute. And if it did, it's the same old Dolphins doing the same old thing that they've been doing for the last 20 years.
I mean, look who the owner is.
I know, and that's what's frustrating. I need to sip some tea. You're killing me, Smalls.
I'm killing you. You're killing yourself, man. Speak it into existence until it isn't, Steven.
How's it speaking into look, Trey over here says Steven spitting facts this morning, son.
He ain't spitting shit.
And Darren W said, I highly disagree with you, Steven. Don't touch that defense, staff, or players. That's fine. Chef Chu said, let him know, Steven. Guess what? Darren and you can say that, but guess what I have to back me up? Stephen Ross, track record of him doing stupid stuff, doing the same old.
You're putting a lot of assumption on McDaniel.
Well, why? Of what?
Listen,
so time out. Hold on, wait. You own business.
Neither one of us know what those negotiations are. The guy, for God's sake, the ink's not even dry on his contract. Let's watch what happens and how he formulates his coaching staff before we make these assumptions. I'm just saying that it would look, awfully peculiar to me if they changed personnel and brought in a new DC when this defense is so close to being very, very good.
Finish him.
Knock him out.
Let me say this. I had to take a breath for a second. I wasn't ignoring it. You run a business. You know what it takes to be successful, right? Right? Yes or no?
Yeah.
You've run kitchens before, right? You're a chef, right?
Yep.
All right. So if a restaurant owner approached you as a chef at some point in your career and said, "Hey, the sous chef is really going to run the kitchen or make the menu. You just need to execute the menu that the sous chef gives you, right? And I don't know if this is a good
it's not a good analogy. It's the other
not
way
a good
around.
analogy. Okay, well, I get,
but it's exactly so. It is a good analogy, right? So, as an executive chef, you're brought in, and it's an excellent analogy. Absolutely, the expectation is that you run a great kitchen,
correct,
producing good food that the customers are satisfied with. You identify who's good in your staff and who's not, and you either retain them or you don't. You also understand who the line cooks are, if they're rock stars or crackheads, or sometimes both. And if you can work with them, if they produce based on your standards, then you keep them. If not, they're out the door. And I think that's exactly what McDaniel is doing. He's evaluating that. And my opinion is that Boyer is a good enough sous chef where he has line cooks underneath him that are proven, and this defense, the product that they're putting out, is really pretty damn good.
All right, so let me ask you a question, Cameron. We're through the first 6 weeks of the year next year, and the Dolphins start out 3-3, 2-4, 1-5, God forbid, right? And the defense is giving up 30-plus points a game. And Boyer's the defensive coordinator. To me, it's too late to make that change in the middle of the season to get rid of him. Who are you going to bring in? It makes more sense to me in the offseason here to go out and get some sort of defensive-minded guru and let him have at it. And if you fail with him, you failed with the defensive guru, and I feel like I can live with that. If you fail with Boyer again, hello, been there, done that, got that T-shirt. Like, to me, it's the definition of insanity.
So in your own words, like in Flores' own words, it's just they needed to execute the game plan better. You're assuming that Boyer didn't put forth good game plans. You're assuming that.
I'm assuming that Flores had the game plan, told Boyer to execute it in a certain way. Boyer wasn't doing it the right way.
What do you think a defensive coordinator's function is?
To call plays when they need to be called based on the offense that's
so
run.
He just walks in on a Sunday morning and just calls plays?
I mean, I know Flores doesn't do that, but I believe that Boyer did.
No, my point is that don't you think that they work all during the week with their assistant coordinators, their secondary coach, their linebackers coach, their defensive coach, line coach, to formulate a game plan against the team that they are playing this upcoming
yes,
Sunday?
Of course, 100%. Yes, I believe that's part of it.
And so in Flores' own words, they didn't execute the game plan. The players didn't execute the game plan. But my hold on, don't let me finish. Is that Flores' own words were that they needed to execute better, meaning the coaches need to put the players in a better position to excel, and they started doing that, in the Ravens game, right?
No. I hear what you're saying. I'm going to take it from a different perspective. Did the player personnel change from week 6 to week 10? Did it change? Same defensive players.
My God. You have a chessboard, your pawns are on the chessboard. You put them in different positions to succeed. That's what I'm saying. They needed to execute better, be in better positions to succeed and to execute better.
Yeah,
maybe
but
maybe the game plan, the game planning wasn't doing the job.
Flores said nothing needs the defensive strategy. The defense is the correct thing.
They need to execute better.
They need to execute better, right? So
does that mean play calling different? Does that mean putting together a game plan differently? It means executing on the field better. Maybe it was up to the players.
My argument to you there is it was the same players in week 6 to week 12.
It really wasn't. Like we were missing the bedrock of the interior defense.
So what? One or two players, but does that? But we went from giving up 30 points a game or 20. What was it? 27 points a game to under 20.
So
right
you
at 21.
remember the Ravens game,
which is a touchdown.
You remember the Ravens game, and it was a much different looking defense. They blitzed more, they continued to blitz more throughout the second half of the season, and that's when the defense their identity started changing. They started producing better results. They started bringing Jones and Holland from the secondary and rushing the quarterback and putting more pressure on the quarterback. Jalen Phillips started seeing more snaps. Who, it turns out that he was really, really good the second half of the season because he started gaining trust in the defensive coordinators. Like, I don't think you can put everything on Boyer, is my point, is that this team maybe just needed time to gel, to come together, to understand the game planning.
I could take that for one.
Hold on. There's a lot of younger players on this team put in positions that they're evolving into. And I think you can see the trajectory of this defense evolving into something really special with the players that they have on it, including Holland and Phillips and Baker, and you got X and Jones. And if you retain those guys, this could be an elite defense. So my whole point is that why would you bring in a defensive coordinator that runs a completely different defense than your personnel that you have on the team that is on an upward trajectory?
I can agree with that argument if it didn't happen for 2 years in a row. Heck, 3 years, but I'm not going to count his first year. Year 2, same thing. Defense halfway through the year started doing better. Year 3, halfway through the year, defense started doing better.
I'm pretty sure year 2, the run defense stunk the whole freaking year.
Well, that too. But then they went out and got a couple of people and changed some things around from year 2 to year 3, and they got better.
Yeah, Zach Seiler started seeing more snaps. He started getting 100%. More trust. Christian Wilkins, who was it?
He stepped up from year 2. Yep,
right.
He stepped up tremendously.
That's an evolution of a player and a defense, right? It's hard to expect.
But Flores was a defensive-minded guru, Cameron. You know what I expect?
You use that word like it's popcorn,
but it's true.
It's not true.
You know why it's true? Because guess what's going to happen this year, Cameron? The offense is going to get better under McDaniel. That's why you brought him in.
Man, that's the point I made like 5 minutes ago. That's why you keep Boyer and keep the momentum of that defense going.
I promise you, Cameron, I you know what? Let's just say it like this. I hope, for the sake of not going around in a circle, which we've been doing, for the sake of that, I hope that if Boyer does stay, I hope that I'm wrong and you're right. But I have a sneaking suspicion that if Boyer stays as the defensive coordinator, that our defense isn't going to look so hot the first half of the year. That's what I feel.
You can make that assumption all day long, and then let's look at.
And I have a track record to back it up.
Man, if you're wrong, you're going to shave that beard. I'm telling you right now.
Well, see, that would be a bet, and I don't bet, Cameron.
No, I'm going to shave it for you.
Oh, God, this is the problem with being a Dolphin. Like, I love being a Dolphins fan. Let's not get that straight. Let's not get it twisted, folks. Dolphins are the greatest football team of all time. And if you have a problem with that, you can come argue with me about it all day long. But it is exhausting to be a Dolphins fan. And I think that's a fair statement to say. I don't think I should get in trouble for saying that. It's exhausting.
We're up here speculating based on assumptions, based on track record, based on history. And honestly, any smart person understands their history while trying to identify their future, right? The variable here is you've got a new coach. We don't know. We don't understand the culture he's going to bring in. We don't really have, because he was never a head coach, and he's always been kind of in the background. We don't really know what he brings to the table. There's a lot of testament to his abilities, his intellectual capacity, his fun nature and personality. But until we see what he does in building a staff, what he does with Greer and identifies the players that that they're going to bring in through free agency in the draft, and before we really get to see him in camp and run OTAs, do we really have an idea of what we have in McDaniel? So from now, unfortunately, until freaking July, there's going to be the same rat race that we've been talking about for the past, since Flores got fired. And it's not going to change, right? Like until free agents are signed, until OTAs and the draft happens, then OTAs, until something tangible is put on paper, it's just going to be speculation, Stephen. We can argue every Wednesday until our eyes are black, but it's not going to change anything until we see something tangible.
And I'll say this much as well. I'll add to that and say that as a fan base, I don't think we know what the correct move is. We just know what hasn't worked.
That's what I just said.
And Benton Decker says Dolphins do not care what fans think. They don't. And
they don't.
But my problem is the people that have a say so have been making the wrong decisions. They have not produced results on the field. And I feel as though, and I'm going to call out I'm going to call out some fans, man. I'm about to call out some fans. I'm about to piss some people off. I think the fans have done a lackluster job of coming together as one to make a ruckus and demand better product on the field.
Man, ain't gonna change shit, Steven.
I think that because it never has, because we've never come together.
You tell me, outside of Green Bay, where the damn fans are the stakeholders in the team, you tell me and give me an example.
But Green Bay, year after year after year, consistently, for the last 20 years between Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers, have been contenders. So that's a bad analogy.
No, it's not an analogy. You made a point about, what give me an example of, or you think the fans have done a horrible job of changing. We're not going to change what happens in Mr. Ross's office.
I don't think it. So let me say this. I don't think it will ever happen, but I do think we have enough power if we came together and we're all on the same page. If we all said, all the YouTube platforms, all the fan bases said, hey, we're not going to go into the stadium. We're not going to buy tickets until you decide to change, ownership, or we're not going to buy your merchandise. If we hit them in the pockets, we would change some things. Guaranteed. But two things will happen. Number one, it'll never happen. It just won't. Okay? Nobody's ever been successful of it. NFL's too big. The Dolphins are too big. It won't ever happen. I can do all the hashtags I want. Toss Boss Ross. We could do Fire Ross. It doesn't matter. It won't change a thing.
Not a thing.
And I think that part of the issue, and you look at successful franchises, they consistently put out good products on the field or try. I can't stand Dallas, and I would hate to have Jerry Jones as my owner. But you know what? I'll say this about Jerry. Jerry tries. I can't stand Mark Davis, but Mark Davis tries.
Hey, you can't fault Ross for trying. He just made really bad decisions.
He's made some really bad decisions that, in my opinion, as a fan base, you get a few. You get a few.
Listen,
but you keep on making the same mistakes, bruh. I can't do it. I can't support you as the owner.
Listen, that's fair. Like he does not have a good track record, but you can't fault him for trying.
Jose Devada says, okay, Steven, I want to see the stadium empty and nobody in Dolphins products. Good luck. Let me know how that goes. It won't ever happen, Jose. It will never happen. I'm saying that's what we should do. And if we came together, it would, but that will never happen. No more football games, no more tailgates. Let's go. No, we're always going to do a tailgate. Crypto says, no one files a lawsuit without proof. We will, Steven. They have billions, but we have Epps and Tracy. That's true. We do have Epps and Tracy. The revolution has begun. Wait a minute. We banded together and flew banners around the stadium to fire Jeff Ireland.
Listen, and all that does
Ireland
is,
fired himself.
That'll just put some pressure on the team, to like, it's just, like, it's the fan base, voicing their opinion. But does that mean they have a bearing on what happens, to hiring and firings? I don't think so. Like
Stephen D for GM. I'm all about that, Omar. Let me GM. I guarantee you. I promise you this. I am not the guru on the defense, like as far as like 3-4 defense, 5-4, whatever. But I am a person that knows that in order to be successful. So do you know why I think I don't think I'm anywhere near I want to be as a morning show and as a podcast network. But I think the traction that I have gotten so far is because of people like you, Cameron, and Jamie Bahamas and Solo D. Obviously, we work together as a team and as a unit, and we all have our role. And we're all able to do it. I think that I can't get bigger without better people behind me, right? Like I am only one man. I can only do so much. And I think that's the problem with Stephen Ross. Stephen Ross has had let's call a spade a spade. Greer's been there for 20 years.
That's a funny analogy, because the Related Group, which is his company, is known for having the best people in the industry. Like he's surrounded himself with the best people in the industry, because he knows that industry. He bought this team as a real estate. It came with the stadium. He bought the grounds. He bought everything surrounded which is now Hard Rock Stadium, including the Dolphins. He entrusted, football people, because he doesn't really know the game or how it's run. He never grew up in the processes of football. And so that's a really good analogy. You surround yourself with the best people. And in his mind, he surrounded himself with the best people. Greer at the time was one of the hot commodities, when he was hired. He had been with the team previously, and he'd been groomed, to be in this position. And people in the know, whether it was Marino or whomever, recommended such things to Ross, and still does to this day. And it's because Ross ultimately is the boss, but never grew up in a football atmosphere or in the business, that perhaps you're seeing some of these bad decisions continue. All we can do as a fan is hope and pray that this McDaniel hire breaks that mold of bad decisions, right?
Correct. And now my question is, if it is not, and we are stuck in the same boat a year, 2 years, 3 years down the road, what are we as a fan base willing to do?
I mean, the only plausible, the easiest thing to do, really, is to stop being a fan of the team. Go be a Jets fan or a Bills fan or a Falcons fan.
That ain't never going to happen.
You said it, brother. You just said it. I mean, how quick was that? It's never going to happen. So you're stuck like Chuck until we win a Super Bowl. Listen,
I know.
I'm a diehard Cubs fan. I was until 2016 happened. I was seriously, and I'm not joking, starting to think that a World Series would not happen in my lifetime. And that's a stark reality, like for some Dolphins fans, that, hey, this team keeps making bad decisions. We're mired in mediocrity. When is it going to change? Fortunately for the fans of the NFL, every season starts 0-0. There's a whole lot of variables that happen during the offseason, including free agency and free agent spending and the draft, coaching changes that change the trajectory of a franchise. It happens every year. You know, the NFL really tried hard a decade and a half, 2 decades ago to bring more parity, and they've done it. Cincinnati 2 or 3 years ago were the worst football team in the NFL. They hire Zach Taylor. They strip it down. They get their quarterback and build around him. You know, that's kind of the game plan. But it happened really quickly, right? 2-3 years time, they're in the Super Bowl. 2 years time, on Burrow's timeline. So my point is that parity is more prevalent in the NFL, and that's our hope as a Dolphins fan, right? Like McDaniel's hire will bring change that will put us over the top and get us at least into the playoffs.
That's what I hope. That's what I hope.
That's all we can do, bro. That's all we can do.
Cameron, when you're right, you're right. And I succeed to you. I succeed to you today on this Wildin' Out Mortal Kombat Wednesday.
Knock him out!
Finish him! All right, Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami Fan Morning Show. Clock Blockers. I'm your host, Stephen D. Alongside me is Cameron. Cameron's been chilling. He had a workout. He was clanging and banging this morning, people. And, stepped in at the last second. Xavier Scruggs. Usually is here bi-weekly, not able to make it today. Going to have Alex Dono on tomorrow. I think I'm going to do a little bit of a panel now. Let you guys come on, get your thoughts, and share what we talked about this morning, because y'all have been great in the chat room this morning. So here we go. Here's the link for you to come on. Cameron's going to stay on just for a few minutes longer, and then I think he's going to get out of here.
I'm going to jump.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let you all fight it out.
Level 2 Noob says Steven conceded to Cameron. We suck again. That's hope. Steven loses a fight to his wife. See, that's where you're wrong. I don't fight with her. She's right about everything.
She's right all the time, right?
She's right all the time.
Even
Von Joe says we're the Miami Browns. Well, I mean, there's some truth to that statement.
No, there's not. Nobody wants to go to damn Cleveland to be a Browns fan. Everybody wants to be in Miami, and I got the stats to prove that.
Color, what's up, Color?
Good morning, guys. Hey, before you go, Cameron, first of all, I want to say 108 years. I mean, what's that matter to a Miami Hurricane? I mean, are we going to continue to disrespect this man, John Jay's name? We did it with the Cardinals. We shipped him all over the league. He won a World Series with us. We shipped him all over the MLB. He ends up with the Cubs, and they proceed to win their first World Series in 108 years. I mean, we cannot deny the fact that a Hurricane on that squad is the reason this man celebrated a World Series with his Cubbies. So that being said, I also heard, Cameron, was this correct? Did I hear you blaming the offense for some of the midseason losses? Appreciate it, man. That we're finally we got some vindication for our defense. And let's as far as Boyer for DC, yeah, I mean, the continuity is really important. The guy, people forget that whoever was calling plays, first of all, it's going to be his second go around, doing that kind of thing if he was. So there could be something that he said for learning from mistakes. Plus, he came from the same place and spent just about as much time in the same place as Flores did and learned that defense from. So, I mean, I'm really comfortable with keeping him because, first of all, he's been in the building. He'll be the guy that's been in the building longest at this point, given that McDaniel will probably clean house everywhere else, So, I mean, at this point, defense is kind of I think we're good enough to kind of run on autopilot with a guy like Boyer and be perfectly fine. So, that's my take on that. But I'll leave it for somebody else.
Hey, Color, I'm not convinced you're not John Jay.
I'm sorry?
I'm not convinced that you're not John Jay.
I'll take the argument from you, Color, that there's something to be said about he learned from his mistakes. That is a point that Cameron did not bring up. And that is a point that I can concede to, that I can be like, you know what? I don't think it really changes my opinion. I still don't want Boyer personally.
What I mean is we know that Flores had that stellar last year with the Patriots, and you know that kind of is what Swift voted him into head coaching. But you know, we don't really know how many like if the year before he had a couple of chances to call it. And, I mean, the Patriots weren't undefeated every year, so you know who knows how many times he blew it. You know, when Belichick let go of the reins, you know what I mean? So, you know, I mean, people can learn, I guess, but.
And I did kind of touch on it, Steve, and I talked about the evolution of players and coaches, you know, and that includes learning from your mistakes. And that's a great point, caller. And you know, perhaps, and we don't know, this is an assumption, maybe McDaniel and Boyer already had a conversation. But, you know, the next few weeks we'll see, you know, when McDaniel puts together his staff, if Boyer if he remains, you know.
100%. Hey, real quick, one other person that was clanging and banging, Von Joe. What's up, Von Joe?
Hey, what's up, Cam? What's up, Steven?
What's up, Von? Good to see you, brother.
Hey, listen, Cam, you know I made that comment about where the Miami Browns is because based off what you said, that there's parity in the NFL. So you're hoping the parity is that we're following Cincinnati, but proof has shown that we're on the same track as the Cleveland Browns. We're building around a quarterback that hasn't really showed us just enough to have hope, right? And we say, give them weapons, keep the defense, great defense, spend money on defense, develop the defense, which Cleveland Brown has done. Brought in a whole new coach, kept the defense, right? That's what Cleveland has done. Even brought in free agents to keep their defense. That's what they've done. Okay, let's go ahead and give Baker all these weapons. Give Baker an O-line. Oh, you know what? Baker just needs a running game. Giving him a running game. Guess what? Baker is still trash. Still couldn't get him there. So we're doing the same thing that Cleveland has done. We're taking the same. If you look at Miami and you look at Cleveland's blueprint, what they have already done, we're going down the same dark path.
Fine.
And it scares me.
It wasn't lost on me, that point, and I'm glad you brought it up. I think the difference here is that Tua's got, 21 games in, and Baker's got his 60th game. And so we kind of know more definitively who Baker is. And I'm not here to start, the Tua is the man or, the Tua-non versus Tua-ears discussion. Is that I think you made a great example of the parable between Cleveland and Miami. The difference here is the amount of time that Tua's been here versus Baker, and we kind of see a greater track record of who Baker is.
I know, but Cam, we said the same thing about Baker. Give him time. Oh, give him this, give him that. He's going to come around. Oh, he's not Manziel. He's different. And it's proof is in the pudding, and we're going down that same dark path. I'm like, how can nobody see this?
Baker has good
commercials. That is true. He has great commercials.
Great commercials. But if man, tell me, Von, if you don't think this team would be so much better if we had an equivalent running attack as Cleveland has.
The team would be better, but at the same time, will our quarterback be better? Because the thing is, this is what I'm saying. When you give him pieces, does it make him better, or does it just make the overall team better?
Is it fair to say that we don't know that yet?
Yeah, it is fair to say that because he is what he is.
We don't know that.
I like, you know what? I love what Von Joe just did. He did something that most people don't do in debates or panels. He thought about your question and was like, you know what? You're right. It is fair to say that. I've never seen somebody do that, just so you know. I saw you literally process that comment.
I did. I processed, but I'm like, no, he is what he is.
Well, but we don't know that because...
Cam, when somebody shows you who they are, sometimes in life, it's just better to believe them.
If somebody calls you a crackhead for 20 years, Cameron, guess what, bro? You smoke crack.
For 20 years, like if Tua was a bad quarterback with equivalent tools as Baker has for as long as Baker has, absolutely. I'll even go one step further, like this is Tua's make or break season. Taking into account the free agent money that we have, the evolution of the draft picks that we've made, the incoming draft class, and hopefully there's more offensive talent brought to this team, and the addition of McDaniel, who by all accounts sold himself to Ross and Greer based on his belief that he can create a winner out of Tua. So This is a make or break season, right, Von?
Cam, do you follow baseball, right?
Every day, I'm more passionately than anything else.
Exactly. So you know how MLB owners, and there's that big discussion going on in baseball right now, that they do not want to put their players on the clock too early, right? Right. This has been on the clock for a while now.
Go ahead.
That's the issue. Our defense is on the clock, and we're running out of time, and our defense is aging, and we're going to go through that same process that we've been going through, that we're wasting good defenses trying to get the offensive or the offensive pieces together.
So back to my statement, like this is Tua's make or break year based on the tools he'll be afforded, including a new coach, right?
Or we could do like the Arizona and just cut bait. It's okay to cut bait, guys. It is completely okay to cut bait and just find something else. It's okay.
Listen, I am not disagreeing with that. Like, it's okay to do that. What are your alternatives? Is it Aaron Rodgers? Is it Russell Wilson? Is it, Matt Ryan? Is it Kirk Cousins?
Listen, I'll take any upgrade right now. That's, I'll say, at least a level or two upgrade, because I believe that could upgrade
Is Jimmy
like that.
Is Jimmy Garoppolo an upgrade?
I don't think so.
No.
Is Kirk Cousins an upgrade?
I think Kirk would, believe it or not, I think Kirk could be an upgrade.
Do you think Derek Carr's an upgrade?
Who's to say
Actually,
he's available?
Yes.
I'm not saying all these guys are.
I think
not
Derek Carr would
necessarily-
light it up in Miami.
I'm not saying any of these guys are available. I'm saying all the guys I'm naming, though, have at least had rumors that there is speculation, even if it's minute, that they could leave their current teams.
Yeah, but so let's deal in the reality, like through his, his, I'm sure you guys have seen the FaceTime talk he had with Tua, and I really believe, listen, Von, listen, I think we're agreeing. Like I would not be surprised or disappointed if they cut bait, and we brought in one of the guys that I just mentioned, because our defense is that good.
Does that make McDaniel a liar, though? Like,
no.
Do we then not?
Here's the thing. I hated everything about that FaceTime call.
Right, because anybody that it would matter to that he's a liar would be able to has already seen right through that as marketing anyway. I mean, because let's be honest, I still have one person or even hear one person actually say that they believe, given the question, that anybody would film themselves calling Tua and saying, "Hey man, you're trash. I'm your new coach."
And here's the thing why I hated everything about that call is one of the
if I don't even believe Flores did that, then why would I think Mike McDaniel would do something like that? You know what I mean?
But Color, Tua sat there and said, "Hey, I'm so happy you're my coach," and this and that, but he was like, "This is my first time talking to him, but I'm so happy that he's my." But that's Tua's first time talking to him, but he's so happy that he's your coach. Like, what?
AB says, Von Joe, you don't like the Dolphins. Change teams, homie. We're all okay with that. That goes
You
for
see how
anybody.
invested I am in the Dolphins? I worked out in Dolphin paraphernalia. I'm in Central Florida, grown in South Florida. I bought Dolphin winter clothing just to keep working out in Dolphin
Tell
gear.
him, say, AB, you don't know, son.
Come
you ain't
on,
about
man.
this life, AB.
Like I'm waiting for the day when they ask like somebody at a press conference what they think about this other player or coach, and that person go, I really think they're terrible.
I don't.
Well, they're not gonna say that.
Have you ever heard that in the annals of sports?
No,
I hate
but
when
what
people
they're
say
what
that you're
they're
not a
do is
Dolphin
not
fan because
say
you want
anything.
better for your team.
Omar
That's wild.
Omar says, only people I see agreeing with Von Joe are the same ones always hating on Tua.
All right, bro. You call it hating on Tua if you want, but when facts are there,
Von,
facts are facts.
I understand, and I appreciate your perspective because it's real, right? Like, our expectations that we want to win now, and we want to win with a great quarterback to lead our team, just as we're seeing Burrow do and Matt Stafford do, right?
Von Joe, you got to see some of these comments. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Cameron. Go ahead. Cameron.
No, that's a funny comment. But listen, like I think this is my opinion, that Ross is 100% invested in Tua, wants to see him succeed until he doesn't, right? And that's why he's brought in McDaniel under the precipice that he has to work with Tua.
Can I ask a question? Why is it not okay to be critical of Tua? Why are you automatically labeled a hater or
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
like not a Dolphins fan if you're critical of Tua? It
I think
doesn't make sense to me.
we should be critical of Tua. We should be critical of every player on the team. We want this team is not a playoff team, so
But
therefore,
Cameron, I get really the deeper question is, why are we not allowed to not believe? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, listen.
Like, I don't believe in Tua. I don't believe. You know what I mean? Like, I know what he needs to do to get better. I agree that it's a possibility, but I don't believe. You see what I'm saying? And that's what I get.
Listen, and
that's
there's
what
a
I
lot
end
of
up
people
getting held accountable for.
No, but you're absolutely have the right to say that and believe that, and you're justified.
But I
in
don't.
saying that.
I just don't see it as hating him because I don't believe. Like
Crystal
you know what I mean?
says, "I'm not a hater. I was just born with eyes."
Like I might not. Like Cameron, I might not believe that you could lead me across the Grand Canyon, but that doesn't mean I hate you.
Hey, no, I agree, Color. But let me ask you this: would you have made the same statement about Josh Allen after year 2?
Okay, so Cam, based off what you're saying, that means we have a whole lot of Dolphin haters
when
out
they
there. 'Cause
first
hate our
drafted
O-line.
Josh Allen, I kind of giggled a little bit, but then I understood what they were actually going to try to do. And yeah, the guy can sling the ball out of the stadium. If you can hone that, then you can instantly have a success. But I don't think Josh Allen has necessarily proven that he's going to be a perennial elite quarterback. Yeah, he has a strong arm and they tamed it, but he's kind of reached sort of maybe a primary ceiling that I think he needs to break through still.
Michael Pulsick says, "Why can't you just say I don't think Tua is the answer, but let's see one more year instead of being so arrogant, like you know something."
No,
it's not being arrogant. Why is it arrogant? We just spent 7 years arguing the same thing about Tannehill. Not all of us like Tannehill.
If there's a better option,
why does everybody assume that everybody loved Tannehill?
And if there's a better option out there right now, why not go for that better option right now versus waiting a year and all the options are gone and we're stuck?
And you know what else? If season tickets were raining from the sky, I'd be all for let's go Tua. But as long as there's like Von Joe pointed out, as long as there's an hourglass on our defense, my money is. I'm not gonna. I mean, come on,
Von. I think that's a great point. But my point goes back to Ross making that decision that he's all in and he's guiding the decision to keep Tua and at least see him through this year.
But Cam, when did we find out? When did we as people and fans just become so helpless and so powerless and so weak? Like we can't control what the team does. Like we act like the Dolphins and Ross don't have a whole department that tracks metrics, that tracks sales, that tracks what's going on. Like he didn't see when Tua was on the team that the jersey sales went through the roof. Okay, if we're not supporting his decisions that he's making by not buying material, not buying merchandise, not going to the games, it paints a notion. And let me tell you, Steven, imagine this. Just picture this. Everybody, picture this with me. Everybody tailgating, right? And the stadium is completely empty. What would the media do with that? They would take that and run. It would be all over ESPN, all over the Channel 7, all over CBS.
It wouldn't be all over ESPN, but it would be all over. It would. I do think the local media, because ESPN doesn't give us no props.
Can I address that last comment too? You might think we're silly for saying that we're a QB away from winning, but okay, that's fine. But there are other people, that are in Miami that have said the same thing, that have a way better eye test than I do. So if you think that we're silly, then you can go ahead and call Joe Rose and tell him he's silly.
No, I'm going to say we are QB away from winning because everybody keeps saying that we're one game away from the playoffs. A better QB could account.
But by the way,
Von
Joe, I don't want to be one game away from the playoffs.
No, but
I want to be.
No, Steven, follow me. So we could have taken a QB could be accountable for a better QB could be accountable for 2 to 3 wins just by their play. I'm sorry, they're cutting the grass in my area.
How dare they? Tell them to stop cutting the grass, and you're on the #1 morning show. How dare they?
They're supposed to be done by 11 o'clock. The sun's starting to come out.
What type of HOA do you have?
I just gave the guy a look. I just gave a guy a look like, really? But
he's like, really? All right, hold on. I got a whole bunch of people in the back room. Cameron, get out of here because I know you got to go.
Vaughn and Color, I appreciate this, and I want to continue this conversation a little bit because this is a great conversation that needs to be had, and I think it's also very constructive, the type of conversation we're having, because obviously this is Mayhem Wednesday or whatever, Knock 'em Out Wednesday that Steven talks about. There's a platform for that, but I appreciate the commentary, man.
Yeah. Likewise. No Thanks a lot.
Oh, wait. Cameron, don't go. I got a surprise for you.
Oh, hell.
Oh, yes. All right, guys. You guys are going to have to wait just a little bit longer. TD, what's up, TD?
What's up?
What's up, TD?
No. I got no time for you, TD. No.
Now I got to wipe the sleep out my eyes, man. Damn.
I thought we were good, Cameron. What's wrong?
We're good, TD. We're good, brother.
Cameron, are you here to support Tua? Because there's a lot of Tua haters on the panel right now.
I ain't no Tua hater. I'm supporting Tua. We have to now. The Miami Dolphins took away any options of getting better at the position this season with McDaniel's statements and his phone conversation. So once that happens, at the end of the day, I'm 100% behind Tua and all in on him at this moment, at least for this season.
You know, people right now are so mad that you said that.
But I don't know why, because at the end of the day, I was holding out hope the whole time that they would try to get better at the position. 2 days ago, I felt like they drew a line in the sand and said, no, the better at the position is going to have to be Tua himself getting better at the position. So once they said that, it's Tua time.
It's Tua time.
TD, I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I disagree with you.
Okay.
I say that we at least have through the offseason, right? Because he has to go into camp. He has to win the job at camp. You telling me that if he struggles in camp with this offense and executing it and running it properly, that we really going to stick with him?
It's not that. Okay, say he doesn't do well in camp and they move off of him. Now you have so many fans that hate McDaniels instantly. See, the problem is the Miami Dolphins continue to create situations that'll cause a civil war within our fan base. And that it's Tua time, bro. It'll be more chaos even moving on from him at this point. I mean, they've boxed themselves into this situation. I've always been the advocate for let's get better at the position. And now that they've drawn a line in the sand and said that getting better at the position is going to have to come from Tua himself, I mean, what more do I need to, chase? I would love for them to get better at the position and cause another civil war and people mad and all this and that. But I don't think they will. I think that they're going for broke behind Tua. And I don't think he'll look bad in camp. Because, again, the offense that they're about to run is a lot more short and intermediate passes, which he thrives in. So he's not going to look bad. It's not going to be horrible in camp, bro.
But hold on. That short and intermediate pass can only really work. And it could work if you have a running game because it does open it up. But at the same time, you do have to threaten them deep at some point where you at least think that, oh, man, he might go over the top on me.
We can win games, bro. That's all they're going to
Go look at Joe Burrow's pass chart the last 2 weeks. Go look at the types of passes he's thrown the last 2 weeks. You don't need to. You can absolutely
don't do that. Don't do that. Do not do that.
Hey,
the average Burrow.
You just said you can't win with short intermediate passes.
The average NFL pass.
Thank you, Cameron. See what you started, Cameron.
I'm out.
The average NFL pass is 4 to 7 yards, man.
Hold on, but you took a part of what I said because I also said that you actually have to be a threat deep.
Yeah.
Burrow is a threat.
There's a difference between needing to and having the ability to.
He's not. He's got no offensive line. Good morning, everybody. By the way, I'm sorry. I just jumped in and dropped a bomb.
Oh my gosh, you guys keep saying he doesn't have.
Keep dropping them bombs.
Drubbatron, Joe Burrow is a deep threat, bro. Don't do that to them.
No. I'm not saying he can't throw the deep ball. I'm saying there's no deep threat because he can't hold the ball for more than 2 seconds.
Yeah, but they still get deep passes throughout the season.
Jamar Chase,
Devondre said you can't win with short intermediate throws, and I'm showing you. Everybody wants to say Joe Burrow's great. Okay, I agree. Joe Burrow's great. Go look at his pass chart the last 2 weeks. He beat 2 really good teams without throwing the ball over 20 yards, not one time.
Why do we always?
Because he's a threat deep to even begin with.
No, it's because Joe Mixon is there. Joe Mixon.
Listen, the last 2 weeks, I'm gonna be honest. Drubbatron, I feel like that's an unfair statement. The last 2 weeks, Joe Burrow's seen nothing but a cover 2 look, and they've been taking away all the deep stuff. He's taking what they're giving him. And like you said, now here's the difference. If you don't have to worry about the deep threat and you can come up a lot more and take more chances in a short and intermediate as a defense, you can't survive like that. Yeah, you're going to win some games. We showed you that. We did it with Tua. We won games.
Hey, TD, can I add to
that?
But
it's not a Super Bowl winning formula.
Yeah. TD, they're taking away all of the deep threats with Tua too. They're begging us to throw the ball.
Drub, the difference between
we don't have a run game.
The difference between Tua and Burrow is Burrow can throw across the middle. Tua can't.
No, I'm not comparing. Here's the other thing too. Everybody thinks again. We had this talk last night, and because I said Joe Burrow had a couple bad games. I think Joe Burrow is worse than Tua, or that Tua is better. I don't think that Tua is better than Burrow. I don't think Burrow's a bad quarterback. But call a spade a spade. The guy had a bad couple games, and you can absolutely win playoff games without throwing the ball deep. And Joe Burrow,
if you're gonna call spade a spade, call spade a spade all the way, all through, because Tua has time to throw the deep ball, and he doesn't throw it. We've seen film after film after film in all 11. When you watch the all 11, the all 22, whatever, you know what I mean. That you have guys doing this. Hey man, hey. And
Von Joe. Usually when he's doing that,
Joe, do you see that? Do you see it? Yes or no?
Absolutely, of course. I see Von Joe. I see that with every quarterback that you got guys running down the field when their hands up. You don't hit every single guy on every throw. Nine times out of 10, Tua's got a couple seconds to throw the ball. He doesn't have time to sit in the pocket every play and look for the open guy. 9 times out of 10, we all know this. It's a scripted play. Tua knows exactly where he's going with the ball most times.
That goes for every quarterback, though.
Real quick,
every quarterback in the NFL, though.
And to correct the record, our discussion about Joe Burrow's wishy-washy games was in relation to his chances to win Sunday against the Rams. It wasn't a comparison to Tua. What I would say to that is, if Tua and our team found some way to stumble into the Super Bowl this weekend, do you think that Tua would have a chance, or do you think that Burrow doesn't even have a chance just as well as Tua wouldn't?
I really don't think Burrow has a chance this
better
weekend.
chance. I think Burrow has a better chance, but I don't think he has a chance.
All right, let me interrupt. TD, I have a question, man. Why is it for the last 2 years that the conversation always circles back to Tua? It always circles back to Tua.
Because there's two routes that a team can go. I mean, a quarterback is the centerpiece of any organization, okay? So you got 2 routes, man. And we've had an option. That's the only reason why. If we didn't have options, I mean, put it like this. I say the fan base is 50-50 right now on this situation, right? If we didn't have other options that were laid at our feet and people were just like, oh my gosh, this never happens, then we would be more 80-20, 80% for Tua, 20% not for Tua. We wouldn't be having this issue. But we had something that was rare that was an option. And still may be an option, to be quite honest with you. I don't believe in it anymore. And that's either Deshaun Watson or just getting better at the position, right? When people saw that window, it's like, man, who in their right mind would not jump on it? outside of people who supported Tua all the way back from college that just love him, nothing's wrong with that. You're supposed to be a fan. You're supposed to want him to be the guy. You're supposed to want him to succeed with the Miami Dolphins since they got drafted. That is a natural thing for a fan. If he's my favorite college quarterback, I am going to follow his NFL career, and I don't want nothing but the utmost success for him. Even if he struggles, I believe that eventually he is going to get it done and be the guy that I grew to love, and even on the next level. That's a given. But then you have other people that never were Tua fans in Alabama that are just Dolphin fans that are just like straight up, I just want to win. I don't care who it is. And they're looking at the other options. So the team is saying we have two routes we could take. We could get better by getting an elite quarterback and not having to build around them as much. You still got to build around them, but not as much, right? Like there's more room for error with a elite quarterback or great quarterback. Look at Joe Burrow, right? Look at how many errors that team put together 2 weeks ago. Look how bad that O-line was 2 weeks ago. Look how no receiver could get open deep 2 weeks ago. Look at the drop passes in that game 2 weeks ago. But when you got a guy like Joe Burrow or a great quarterback, you have more room for error. But if you take the Tua route, he may get better and better to minimize the room for error, which that means he's getting better, which he can carry more of the team. But right now, the Tua that we know, everything around him has to be clicking at all times on all cylinders. You see what I'm saying? Look how many teams have won in the playoffs unorthodox. Look at Green Bay lost because of a block kick. That game was just scrummy. It takes something else on the team to get you over the hump because it's so hard in the playoffs.
Hey, TD, sorry to interrupt you. Steven, I got to drop out. Got to get the kids ready for the park. I'll hop back in if I can a little bit later.
Salute, all right, Vonjo. Be good, bro.
So Steven, people are tired of needing so much things to happen to even not to win a Super Bowl, to even feel like you have a chance. People are tired of needing so much. Like we could go into this season in training camp, X blows his knee. Or Waddle hurts himself. Everybody would instantly, oh my gosh. You see how you have to rely on so many pieces that if one drops, your whole soul comes down. But if you got that dude at quarterback and X gets hurt, you still feel like you got a chance. Waddle gets hurt, you still feel like you got a chance.
That's facts.
So that's why it always comes back to this. So if we're gonna get behind Tua, we have to get behind the whole team and hope that all things hit on all cylinders. Or Tua takes that next step that everything doesn't need to hit on all cylinders, but you'll still need a lot of things to hit. You know, I think that's where people are right now. And but to go back to my point that when I first started answering your question, Steven, if we never had other options laid at our feet like we did over the last year, this
fan base wouldn't be in much of a funk the way that.
Yeah, we'd be 80% Tua, 20% not Tua, and we would be just hoping to keep building around him because it's the best you have, and so who's gonna complain about it? But we saw a golden nugget at the end of the tunnel and was like, "Oh my gosh, this is like you never see this! Oh my gosh, we have to get it." So
I haven't heard your perspective. Are you a McDaniel fan? Do you think McDaniel could be the savior of the organization?
I don't think a coach alone could be the savior of the organization because a coach is going to have to battle things in the front office, especially if you're a coach that doesn't have like control or say over, you know, how basically what the Miami organizations do it different. Some organizations, they truly do make decisions together. Mm-hmm. Some organizations say the GM picks the players. Your job is only to coach. Do not complain about what you get. I want to see you work with what we give you. And the Miami Dolphins are a rare team that they're slightly between both of those. They do have a cumulative approach, but at the end of the day, certain things, this is what it's going to be. And McDaniel's got to have some power to actually get his vision across 100%. But I'm a McDaniel's guy. I like McDaniel's. Again, when it came to his resume, Steven, I wasn't impressed. But at the end of the day, looking at all the other options, I would have rather him over all of the options that we were talking about.
Yeah, look, if it wasn't going to be Doug Peterson, if it wasn't going to be Jim Caldwell, and if it wasn't going to be Jim Harbaugh,
yep,
then he was there. He was the next one. He was the next one.
Might as well go for broke on something.
Yeah, and by the
innovative.
way, I still wouldn't have been mad at a Leslie Frazier or I don't know if I wanted Vance Joseph, but again, like my original concept was a former head coach. You all know that's how I feel. All right, real quick, I got other people in the back room here, and I want to bring them on. Russell, Alexander, and Crypto. What's up, guys?
What's going on, guys? How's everybody doing today?
Pretty good. Sorry for leaving you guys in the back room.
No, you good? You good? You know, I my bad. Go ahead, Steven. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say Alexander, Russell, then Crypto. Go ahead, guys.
You know, I'm still under this narrative that even though that I respect what TD was saying about, you know, if X gets hurt or Waddle gets hurt, you're like, oh dang man, now we're all the season's up in shambles. You know, this and that. Even with Tua at quarterback, I won't believe that. Even with Tua at quarterback, I will not believe that at all. I still think that we were going to the season with a shot at winning the division and also going to the playoffs.
Now, do you say that, Alexander? And I'm not making fun of you. I'm not making this is a joke. Do you say that from a perspective of you're just a diehard fan and this is how I truly feel? Or do you have validity in your comment of saying that of here's the reason why, dude, this is why?
No, I believe it. I believe in this team. As a fan, as a diehard fan.
As a fan.
And,
and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that, by the way.
Because another thing is this. I've been on record saying this repeatedly. You don't need a lot to build around to help Tua win. You do not need a lot. You need just enough.
Win what?
Just enough to win the division and take your team as far as you can. Because you can win with Tua under center.
See, that's
under center. You can win.
That's the fundamental difference. Though.
And even I get you, TD. I understand, man. Sorry to cut you off.
No, you're good. I cut you off. My bad, bro.
No, you're good. I was gonna say even going into the season, if we were to move on from Tua, I would be okay with it because I'm a fan first before I'm a Tua fan first. I'm a Dolph fan, always will be, but I don't think you need to destroy your future for one guy when there's so many holes that you need to fill. Because what are you gonna do? You're gonna bring in a guy. You're gonna bring in a top-notch quarterback like Watson in, which I'm okay with. All right, and then you still have other things. You got a receiver. You got a receiving coordinator you need to fix. You got an O-line you need to fix. You know, you still got so many holes, and I believe one guy will not take it to the promised land. It's a team effort. A team will take you there, not one guy. A team. You know, that's just my take on it.
So Steven, go ahead, my bad.
No, go ahead, TD.
Okay.
Here are the fundamental differences. It's some people talking about winning and take us so far. Others are talking about what it's going to take to win a Super Bowl. See, we've gotten to a point as a fan base where we're so deprived that just winning and taking us so far is the only thing you could dream of almost. But some of us are still in the realm of, at the end of the day, it's Super Bowl or nothing. I don't care nothing about a playoff appearance to go home. It's Super Bowl or nothing.
Let me just add to that, and I'll let you finish your point. After seeing Wild Card Weekend, I don't want just a playoff appearance. I need
because you're gonna get slaughtered in that.
Let me tell you, watching that opening weekend was tough. It was not good football.
Yeah, it was some bad games.
Can I also say something to Alexander's point?
I didn't mean to interrupt, but I just wanted to harp on that point, man, because it's like
It's a 18th regular season game that you need to get in the playoffs. That's how I look at it. It's not even. I mean, but again, that's a fundamental difference between some fans. And on top of that, this narrative that you have so many holes if you get Watson, people don't realize that you don't have many holes if you get Watson, because some of the same people that we dog right now would be just fine on this roster. We don't need superstars all around him, surrounding him. We just need a couple of things. It's not as much as people make out to be. And let me give y'all a wake up call. All this talk about fixing the O-line and all this and that, y'all might look up and we bring in one real O-lineman this offseason. McDaniel is already talking.
Please don't let that be the case.
McDaniel is already talking about.
They're going.
He already talking about how he loves the upside of Austin Jackson.
Yeah.
And but hold on, and I'm not saying you, Alexander, but think about all these people that Austin Jackson, no, he's just trash. He needs to be replaced. And blah blah blah. I'm telling y'all, these guys are growing just like Tua. But as they grow, those aren't holes that you have that everybody are counting as holes right now. And if you had an elite quarterback, they'd still be growing with that too. We don't have as many holes as you think if you get Watson. If you have Tua, you got a lot of holes that have to be filled because those positions have to be better around him.
Right.
And that's the fundamental difference.
They need to be good
Could I
enough.
add to that too, real quick?
Good enough, not like awesome.
Sorry,
Hold on, Alexander. Hold on, Alexander.
Sorry,
go
Color.
ahead.
I'm sorry,
go,
Color. Go ahead.
I want Color to go and then Russell to go.
I apologize, guys.
No, you're all right. In that case, in the case of getting some kind of or putting in some good money for a quarterback, it's really the only holes we really have are depth at this point, because we've, and this is to Alexander's point too, we have filled these holes and rebuilt this team like 3 times in the last 25 years.
Hey, hold
so
on.
I
got breaking news. Give me one
so
second.
we're in a position where we have a lot of money. We're a decent team. We're a decent enough team to go 10-6 and 9-8. With the defense we have. So really, it's just a moot point to me about spending money on a quarterback. And as TD said, half the players that we see as garbage are going to be elevated by that quarterback. So go ahead, Steven.
Real quick, breaking news. So Mike Calise, who covers the Denver Broncos on the local news team there, saying that it appears the Broncos will miss out on a respected ball coach with local ties. John Embry, who was the assistant head coach and tight ends coach for the San Francisco 49ers, looks like he's headed to Miami. Now, I don't know. It doesn't say what position he's headed in, but there's 2 things that stick out for me. Number 1, he's a tight ends coach. Number 2, he's a minority. And we know that they've also been talking to the guy in Atlanta. So he's putting together a coaching staff that is minority-centric, which I like, by the way. I just want to throw that out there. But I think that I think it's interesting to kind of see. Just a real quick, John Embry, for those of you who don't know, assistant head coach, tight ends coach, 2017 to 2021. Tampa Bay Buccaneers tight ends coach, 2014 to 2016. Cleveland Browns tight end coach, 2013. He was the head coach at Colorado, 2011, 2012. And he's also been the tight ends coach at the Redskins, the Chiefs, UCLA, Colorado.
So he's a long resume.
He's got a long resume.
Yeah.
He played in the NFL from 1987, 2 years in the NFL for the LA Rams, and was on the practice squad a couple of the other years. But two things that, the guy, what is his name in Atlanta?
Charles London.
Charles London. And now John Embry. These guys are unknown. And it looks like he's starting to build up the staff with unknown people, but they also have they look like they have long resumes of being in different
Look what he
places.
did for Noah Fant.
Exactly.
Noah Fant. So
I like it personally. That's just me. But
I
the book is still out.
I always look at stuff like that. The first thing I do is go to the post that reported it and look at what their fan base says, and most of them are saying, "I'm not mad about this." I want some people that we know, bro. I want some people
but
that.
how many people know the tight ends coach? How many people know a tight ends coach?
Yeah,
Like,
but
come on.
that's the whole point.
You know,
that's the whole point. Nobody knows.
Offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator. Yeah, those. There's a lot of big names, but a tight ends coach.
Hold on, Alexander. Go ahead, TD, and then I want to let Russell go.
I'm sorry, TD.
No, you're fine, bro.
And by the way, don't get me wrong here. I actually know who Embry is. Embry is a good coach. But again, at the same token, people getting there. I don't even know if this is going to be as a coordinator or just another offensive coach.
Well, it doesn't say where, but so two things. Like, he was the assistant head coach the last 3 years at San Fran, right, under Shanahan. That tells me something. And I would have to think here he would probably be maybe offensive coordinator, or maybe now here's the thing. Shanahan did run game coordinator and pass game coordinator. So maybe we have that here too.
Another double offensive coordinator setup. I don't know.
We got that. Sure, I understand that, but I would two things. I think he could be the assistant head coach.
Could be,
but I mean, maybe he just wants to be with McDaniel.
He could be a position coach too. I'm going to hold judgment until I know why they're bringing him in, what they're bringing him in for.
Yeah, I agree with that. I need to see what it's for.
Yeah.
If it's a position coach, good. We got another good position coach. As an OC, I mean, will this be the first crack at it?
I've said this. I think the OC will be an unknown that will because McDaniel will be the one calling plays. And so it'll be somebody that I think it'll be somebody he brings in to teach and mentor, and it'll be a mentorship position for that person. So I don't think it'll be a known person on the O side of the ball because McDaniel will be calling the plays. On the defensive side of the ball, I do think it will be a guru. At least that's what my hope is. So let me let Russell go. I haven't let Russell go. Russell, I apologize, man. Go ahead, Russ. Take yourself off mute.
Oh, hold up. I had to make them.
All right. If you're not there, hey, Crypto, what's up, Crypto?
No, I'm here. I'm sorry. I was working.
Go ahead, Russell.
So I'm going to take this a completely different perspective that no one's really brought up. And that's the fact that regardless of how anybody feels about Tua, he has shown elite traits in certain areas. And not only that, but you have to consider the fact that I believe he is fully healed from his injury or getting close to. Now he's going to be able to use the entire offseason, because you got to understand, his first offseason was rehab. His second offseason was building his body. This offseason is going to be translating that to his skills. So everybody needs to take a pause, because in all reality, none of us really have seen what Tua is capable of, because number one, he's had 2 off seasons and it's all been about getting his body right. Number 2, he didn't have a head coach that truly supported him from the jump. And I think that's pretty much proven facts out there. So with that, and all that stacked against him, let alone the lack of weapons, the lack of a run game, you have to consider all of these scenarios and realize that in all reality, if Tua can be what he was in Alabama, I truly believe he can elevate his game into the top 7 quarterbacks in the NFL. I would consider that pretty elite, wouldn't you? So everybody needs to kind of, give the kid one more year. I agree with Cameron. It is a make or break year for him. But just go in optimistic and positive about it, because he really hasn't been given a true opportunity until now. Just thought.
Go ahead, TD.
The reason why nobody can get behind that, because you said he could be a top 7 quarterback in the NFL. First of all, whatever elite traits that you feel that Tua has, which I would be very
Pocket
pleased.
presence, footwork, and accuracy.
Okay, pocket presence and footwork, I'll give you that. Can we please stop equating completion percentage to accuracy? The man is not accurate. The man is just not accurate.
Better with ball placement, but overall,
but what is accuracy?
solid.
What is accuracy? Why do people have the wrong definition of accuracy?
Because of the way he fits the ball in.
Here, I need one
Ball
second.
placement and
Steven,
accuracy
I
is
gotta hop
different.
out and hop back in. Somebody called my phone and kicked.
Go ahead, Russ. Go ahead.
Yeah, accuracy.
TD, finish your statement, TD.
This notion of accuracy, I don't know why this keeps getting thrown out there. They are mistaking completion percentage. Accuracy is one of the biggest factors of accuracy is ball placement. One of the biggest factor, and that's one of the weak points for Tua is ball placement. And he showed that in the NFL. And listen, Voris said.
So what would you? So my follow-up question to you, TD, is what would you attribute completion percentage to then?
It's two parts.
Completion percentage.
The wide receivers can make a big difference. I'm sorry, TD.
Completion percentage isn't accuracy; it's efficiency.
Okay, that was my question. So efficiency from the standpoint of finish the statement.
He's an efficient quarterback. Basically, as many balls as he's throwing, he's completing them more than he's incompleting them. But here's the deal: that's a part of the system because we're throwing these short passes. So and here's what kills me: the man said, "Oh, well, we ain't on my show because I already got the clip loaded. I got three press conferences and 3 games. I got to get better at my ball placement. I got to be better with my accuracy." Him saying it out his own mouth. I mean, is anybody else oblivious to him saying that himself?
Yeah, no, I think we do oftentimes equate completion percentage with accuracy. I think what completion percentage shows you more of is partially, again, his pocket presence, right? Being able to get the ball out quickly or feeling the pressure. And the other part of it is, I think, something that he learned from Fitz, because it's something we didn't see in year 1 that we did see in year 2, and it's the anticipatory throws, right? Getting the ball somewhere before the
absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Drebitron,
that's precisely what makes him not accurate.
That's one of his big issues, bro.
I would disagree with that. How do you can't be bad at anticipatory throws and throw 80% completion percentage?
Hey, Drebitron, you don't have to anticipate a tight end that's wide open for 1 yard that runs for 8 more yards. You don't have to anticipate. You don't have to anticipate a slant that and you're waiting on Parker to clear and get it there. You don't have to anticipate these
disagree with the notion that just because Tua throws lots of throws under 20 yards, that's why his completion percentage is bad, because there are plenty of other quarterbacks in the league who throw under 20 yards who don't have anywhere near the completion percentage that Tua does.
That's because they're taking chances downfield.
I know we don't like to talk bad about Daddy Joe Burrow. Daddy Joe Burrow throws a lot of throws under 20 yards, and he does not have the same completion percentage as Tua. I'm sorry.
What are you talking about? He was number 1 in the league. He was 70%.
He is better than Tua from completion percentage. That's where you're wrong. The last
he's
70% for the whole season.
For the whole season, yeah, fair.
Okay, and he's taking more shots, so that's even way better. But I got to clear something up, Steven. People just study the game. Go watch it. It kills me. Tua Tagovailoa, you even said it yourself, Drebitron, predetermining where he wants to go with the ball. The part of the problem with Tua is he gonna throw that ball anyway. What we think is that's anticipation. Hike, oh, my man is supposed to be there. Let me get it there. That ain't anticipation is when you're reading the defense and you know where they're gonna be and where your man should end up, and you're making the throw.
But
Tua
why
already
do you assume that he doesn't do that?
He doesn't, because he can't read the 3 levels of the field. And let me tell you the biggest reason why we know he can't. Because his biggest issues is those intermediate passes across the middle where all freaking season. Gesicki, Waddle, Parker.
He throw it high.
Over the linebackers,
Right.
under the safeties. This man, and don't get me started with throwing high. We're not even there yet. He doesn't even throw most of them. They be wide open in the middle of the field coming across. Over the linebackers, under the safeties, all that open area, guys are every single game.
Right. His issue is he doesn't
not only
throw
that,
until he sees them open.
I said that's the difference.
and not only
between him and
that,
Joe Burrow.
he sees it, and he picks the check down. Better completion percentage because every time he tries one of those, he's like 30% on it because the other 70 is too high, too low, interception. These are fat, or it might even be complete, but a guy got to adjust his body and go all the way up or whatever it may
and that's
be.
coaching.
Why,
Preach, CD,
why do
That's coaching.
we ignore these obvious things that are on film right there for you to see in every single game? And then we come out with these narratives to justify accuracy.
I'll even point out the touchdown to Devontae Parker in the Jets game. If that's a better cornerback right there, if that's Jalen Ramsey, that's taken right out of Devontae Parker's backside.
Hey, let me jump in real quick.
So my biggest issue with Tua is that when he doesn't throw the ball until he sees the target open. And by then in the NFL, it's too late. And that's why we see a lot of these passes behind the receiver, like the touchdown to Devontae Parker against the Jets.
Let Russell go, then TD.
Everything that you're saying negative or criticism of Tua can be fixed this offseason because he's actually going to be able to work on all those things.
But
okay, hold on. First of all, please give me 3 minutes, Steven. I have to say some stuff, bro. 2 minutes.
No, it's all and then after you, Mike on the mic. So you then Mike on the mic.
Listen, I had to say this. First of all, do you notice, Steven, when I came in here, I somewhat had a positive vibe about Tua?
You did. You were very positive about him.
I told myself last night that I am going to focus on supporting Tua and being positive about him and hoping that he can be great, bro. I freaking told myself that. I come on this show and I start my positive vibes. But what I can't stand for is when people don't tell the truth. And then I got to go tell the truth. And then it makes me sound like the negative mean guy to Tua. Because I got to clear up these myths, these narratives that are just false when you can go watch it on film. But I got to ask Russell Vore something because I ain't done with before his phone had it. Somebody called him what he said.
I know, right?
He gave me an order. And what's up to you, Russell, man? Glad I'm on here with you, bro. But I got to be
as always.
I gotta be 100 with you, Russell, bro. We gotta break this down, man. I hopefully I can help you see the light. You started, first of all, you just made a comment that Tua can fix all of those this season. He could, and we hope he does, right? But let's go back to what you said before. The first season he was working on his body. The second season, you say he was working on what?
Building his strength back.
Building his strength back. And you believe that his body is 100%. Did he end the season looking like his body was 100%?
I mean, no, but that's wear and tear of the game. Every athlete deals with that. You recoup and get back to it in off season.
Did it look like there was an issue with the hip this year, ladies and gentlemen, at all?
Yes.
At times. But I think he's going to be better.
It's more mental than it is physical.
I want to go down what Russell said in his timeline.
Let me rephrase.
Okay,
I do believe it is more mental than physical, but
there is physical.
See that the part of his hip that I don't think is all the way there is when it comes to the torque or velocity of his throws, which he can fix this off season. And when it comes to his actual deep throws, people need to get off of that. I'm not talking about the actual distance. I'm talking about the speed off his hand.
But you just contradicted yourself, and let me show you why. You painted the picture that first year he was working on his hip.
He was rehabbing.
First year he was working on getting healthy, rehabbing. Second year he was working on fine-tuning, whatever. Third year, now he gets to focus on his game. He still got to focus on his hip. He still got to focus on refining. You make it seem like, okay, he's done that level 1, he's done that level 2. Now he could just really focus on his game. He ain't never stopped focusing on getting better from that hip. He ain't never stopped focusing on refining his game or whatever it may be. He still got all the same
more focus into that than his body.
Why? Because his body is all the way healed now?
It's at a point where he's going to be able to refine things and improve on his skill set versus having to rehab from a major injury that no player actually until now has come all the way back from. Even Bo Jackson, it ended his career.
You have a precedent. You have a precedent in this situation. So why should anybody get behind believing that it's all better?
And Russell, could I ask you a question?
You want us to believe that it's all better and he can focus on his game now. Why do you automatically give him the credit that it's all better all of a sudden? That now, he'll be able to do this. What if he still struggles with it, Russell? Because that's all we have.
If he still struggles with that aspect, it is from a mental point of view. It is not from a physical point of view.
But we saw physical issues this year. So why? And what I'm trying to ask you is
physical issues. It's the fact that he was throwing off. He wasn't throwing. His foot mechanics were off. And some of that's coaching too. His mechanics were off at times, and the main issue that he had this past off season that he continued to have throughout the season this year was the fact that he had an issue with one particular type of throw, and he struggled with it all year. And that was those dig routes, that intermediate.
You do recognize you're making assumptions about his health and everything, right? It's just an assumption that you're making.
It's a perspective and an assumption.
Hold on, it's not exactly an assumption. It's actually from a source.
Please don't tell me. I'm talking about his own freaking trainer who's been wrong this whole time. So what better source?
There is no better source than his trainer.
And his trainer's been wrong the entire time. What did his trainer say what did his trainer say before last season? He is 100% healed.
And he's obviously not. Mike on the mic. Take over for a sec.
Hey, so here's the deal. What Tua lacks is the ball placement. Nobody can argue with it right now. In Alabama, maybe he was better, but ever since the injury, his ball placement has been shit. There's been multiple throws where swear jar. But his ball placement is absolute trash. He literally throws the ball where Jalen Waddle can have 4 or 5 yards of separation, which is the only receiver that created separation this year. And he's throwing the ball behind him, or he has to jump up and catch it behind him, and he doesn't get any yak. What Mike McDaniel's going to do, it's not going to improve on Tua's skill set because Tua's skill set is what it is. It's not going to be asking him to expand on it or get better in certain areas. He's going to scheme people to where the inaccurate throws that Tua has, even though his completion percentage, Shaq used to shoot 70%. You think he shot good from distance? No. The thing is when his completion percentage is high, it doesn't matter because it could be better. His stats are going to look a hell of a lot better under Mike McDaniel because Mike McDaniel is going to scheme people open. The routes are going to be designed to have people in space where if it is an inaccurate throw, they still have a potential to get yards after catch. Tua never, maybe like 10 times this season, threw a ball in a position for yards after catch. And that's where, when you have a guy like Jalen Waddle, you lead him away from the defense. Don't lead him into the defense. Don't throw it behind him. Don't make him stop his route and adjust in midair to try and catch a ball, because if you put it in the right spot, then he's going to be able to take it to the house. There was a couple slants where if he would have just let him away from the defense, he would have taken it to the house. Same thing with Parker. Devontae Parker could have had 800 to 1,000 yards if he was healthy, if Tua had better ball placement. But even if Parker played all 17 games with the ball placement, he wouldn't have even touched maybe 750 to 800 yards. That's at the max, because he's throwing the ball to the receivers where they can't do anything with it afterwards. And if you're a guy like Tua, you have to be able to allow your team to help you. And the best way to help you is put the ball in the right spot. It ain't too much coffee. 1, 2, 3, 4 F's. It's just me. But
I had to correct one thing Mike. I had to correct one thing Mike said. Tua actually had tons of yards after the catch. What you're talking about is intermediate passes.
That's
but
what
short passes, he was a god with yards after the catch because he'd hit a tight end for 1 yard, and that tight end will run wide open up for 10.
Well, and
I've
been saying this the whole time, that if you get a guy like that's good in the intermediate routes at creating separation, like a Calvin Ridley or a Chris Godwin, make it easier for Tua not to have to be so precise with tight window throws. If there are lanes opened up for him to throw, whether it's running the ball and they're not being able to condense the lane and get in front of his face, whatever it is, get his hands up. If you open up lanes for him to throw the ball, I think he does become more accurate. But that doesn't mean Tua got better. That means Tua is excelling at what he's good at. I think Tua's ceiling is what we've seen. I don't think he's ever going to be a quarterback that top 7 might. Man,
I don't think so, Mike.
Again, there ain't no way he gets to the top 10 other than his stats. But the eye test, he will never be that.
Mike,
go ahead, Alexander.
I have to disagree with you on that. We have not seen the best of Tua yet. We have not seen that. And we will see
we
the best
hope
of Tua.
we have it.
No, we have not, period.
We hope. Look, I'm
going to cut this narrative right now.
Look,
I'm going to cut this narrative right now to y'all. I'm going to cut this narrative to y'all right now, okay? Let me just say this. In 2 years, and I repeat, in 2 years, it is nearly impossible to evaluate a quarterback in 2 years.
I agree.
In 2 years.
I agree.
You can't. So
You
I
know,
agree.
but you can look-
So
you can
therefore,
look at his product. It wasn't impossible to evaluate Dan Marino after his first season.
This narrative.
It wasn't impossible to evaluate Dan Marino after his first rookie season.
Hold on, let Alexander go, guys. Let Alexander
The quarterback.
finish.
Oh my God! I think I just came off.
No, you're fine, Alexander. You're on.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'm gonna let you
All
finish.
right, because I hit my phone because I'm just like
you're good.
in a rage right now.
Finish your
Okay,
thought.
but here's the thing. You cannot. The times are different when Marino was playing quarterback than now. Okay, Okay,
Andrew Luck.
You have a guy.
He played in this era. It wasn't hard for him. We evaluated Andrew Luck after one season.
Let him
okay, we'll take somebody in this era. Andrew Luck.
Let him finish.
Listen, you have a guy that's coming off. You have a kid that's coming off a major hip injury. Okay, that is doing his best to get back in the field, and we're all just pooping on the guy. We're all pooping on the guy.
No, you know what?
Okay, well, then say that his injury doesn't allow us to evaluate him. Don't say just because his skill set doesn't allow us to evaluate him. Because
there's 2 years.
His injury didn't allow us to evaluate him. Don't say no quarterbacks can be evaluated after 1 year because Andrew Luck was.
Steven.
Drew Brees wasn't. Drew Brees wasn't.
All right, hold on,
It took
Alexander.
Brees 3 years.
Okay, we can go back and forth.
Hold on, Alexander. Go ahead.
Can I make a comment?
Patrick Mahomes was.
Let Von Joe go, then TD. Von Joe, then TD.
So I'm gonna go off what Alexander's saying, and I'm gonna go address Russ at the same time because this is gonna be real easy. Because if you say that okay, he needs to recover, but here's my problem. This year he built a whole lot of bad habits, and you saw those habits. So now he has to break those habits this offseason, learn a new playbook. Learn pretty much the offense is new, but not really because it's still the West Coast, which is his jive, right? But he really has to unlearn that. He really has to go ahead and fix his footwork, like he's saying during this offseason, plus run this new playbook. So what's going to be an excuse that, well, he was working on his body and breaking habits, and we need to give him a 4th year?
No, there's no excuses, in my opinion, after this year.
Exactly. We're right back down the Tannehill road. We're right back down the Tannehill road at that point.
That's why this year will be the evaluation year.
And Alexander said you can't evaluate after 2 years. Okay, usually you can't evaluate because at the same time, quarterbacks usually have some things that they have to tweak, like accuracy issues or decision making, because the game is faster. So at year 3, the game slows down. We're not having a slow down game for him. We're also having physical issues that he's not catching up with. Those and people saying the intermediate passes, they already said that. Yes, hold on, Ari. They also said that those out routes in practice where there's no pressure. This is our own defense saying that, yeah, we played zone, and TD, you was at camp where they mainly played zone when people was there, and he looked like a god. But as soon as you start playing one-on-one and he has to throw those out passes, he struggles. And they said that in practice.
Let me hit the reset button, then I'm going to let TD go. Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show. Clock Blockers right here on Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. I'm your host, Stephen D. Right now we got the Dolphin chat, #Dolphin panel on. I got Mike on the mic. I got color commentary from the Phins Tailgate Network. I got the honorable TD Phins Talk. That's right. I said honorable TD Phins Talk.
I don't know about that.
Don't let Solo hear that. He might get mad. I got Crypto on here, Trey, Russell, Alexander, Drubbatron, and the man, Mr. Clanging him, banging himself, Fonjo. Super excited to be hanging out. Real quick, not a trade yet. I just want to state this. I don't want to change the subject. I want to keep on going to what we're talking about. But it is newsworthy in the world of sports. The Nets and the Sixers are in potential, ending trade, close to closing
Ben
trade
Simmons
talks.
for who?
Ben Simmons for James Harden.
Okay.
And Steph Curry.
That's why you
Simmons
can't trust the owners. They said
Ben
it was
Simmons
trade
and
James
Steph
Harden.
Curry.
Wow.
76ers will get legit.
Hey,
76ers will be nasty.
That tells you a lot about James Harden. That James Harden is not a winner. He is not a winner.
It's not that though, but now you
He's
don't have
not
to
a
rely
winner.
on him at the end of the game. You can give it to
Kyrie or Kevin.
Embiid. So
No, that too.
But anyway, listen, man, Steven, back to what we were talking about.
Let's talk about free agents, guys.
No, we ain't gonna let you walk like that.
We ain't letting you off the hook.
No,
You can't make a blanket statement like that about quarterbacking. This,
Steve.
I'm just saying. You can't evaluate a quarterback in 2 years.
Bro.
Yes,
Alexander, you
some
got
quarterbacks. You got to put a qualifier on that. Because there are some quarterbacks you can evaluate after 2 years.
He made his point, but I'm a stickler of words, okay? And I feel like sometimes people debate so unfair, Steve. Steven, they debate unfair.
Talk to me.
So I want you, Steven, to tell me.
Okay.
All the things that I said about Tua's game, because Drubbatron has been very fair. I got to give it to him. I know and correct me if I'm wrong, Drubbatron, you are a supporter of Tua, right?
He's a Tua supporter.
He's not part of
I'm
Drew
in the middle.
I can vouch for that too. Drew Bachon's been nothing but fair to me.
He's been fair in his analysis. He understands definitives versus possibilities and all of that. So he doesn't ring off the definitives out of his mouth. But what Alexander just did was so unfair. And what Alexander just did was so unfair in the debate. He said, but you all are taking a SHIT or a poop on the guy. Steven, can you tell me, or Alexander, can you give us an example of the said poop that we took on Tua that wasn't a fact?
All right, so I'm going to backtrack that statement because I was just in a rage. I apologize. I apologize.
That's why people get That's why people get labeled haters and stuff, though. This is the narrative.
Let me retract that statement for a second and rephrase what I'm going to say. I think it's not fair to criticize him yet as much as we do.
Another word.
Now, to a certain extent, yes, you can critique a lot of his things. I get it. Has he been the quarterback for the 5th overall pick? No, he has not. He has not lived up to that as of yet. Has he been injury prone? Yes. Has he shown enough? No, he has not.
So
I totally get that.
What I'm hearing from you is
we haven't seen the best of him, and I think this year, if we don't see a change out of it, then we could start that narrative that maybe he's not the guy.
So here's the deal.
Be careful, you're gonna be labeled a Tua hater. Be careful now.
That's not that is not fair enough. Don't do that.
Here's what I'm hearing though. Here's what I'm hearing. It's okay to say that he needs to improve, but it's not okay. But it's not okay to list all the things he needs to improve at.
No, that's not what I meant.
That's what we did. But I actually agree with you. You can evaluate this man after 2 years. I mean, that's true, y'all. If y'all really want to look at it, I always say everybody gets 4 years unless you're just historically bad. Like
What about
Ian
Alex
would
Smith,
say,
though?
Josh Rosen.
Or historically good.
Alex Smith. Alex
Or
Smith.
historically
But
good.
again,
Exactly.
but
You said that,
again,
Alex
Jubaton.
Smith is one.
Right, or
but
historically good.
again,
That's why I say it's not all quarterbacks.
How long
but
did it take
again,
Alex Smith to become
when
Pro
you
Bowler?
evaluate these guys early in their career, it's one thing when you have the traits. See, so you may be turning the ball over, you may have accuracy issues, but you might be a heck of a mobile guy, pocket presence great, you got a cannon. I mean, those are traits that you are allowed to work with longer, because if you could tap into those, they're so rare that you want to cultivate them. But if you don't have those traits and you're struggling in the other things, it's like, what are we working with here? Even if we improve their play in these areas, they still don't have those other traits. That's where the issue comes with Tua. That's why Josh Allen was trash starting out. But why did he get a longer opportunity? Why is freaking, what's the boy up in New York right now? Daniel Jones. Why is that?
Went over there.
Why is that bum getting more like a long opportunity? Because he's physically talented, has the ability to run.
Because he's 6'5".
Yep.
He's 6'5".
Yep, and has a cannon.
Physical
All of those
traits, yeah.
things make a difference. You feel like you want to give that a little longer, because if you can tap into that, oh my gosh, it's going to be a nice thing.
I believe.
All right, hold on. So my question
They
to
make
you,
him to the next Josh Allen.
to you is, why do you get labeled as a Tua hater, TD?
Because I point out all the issues, and like earlier when people were saying he has this and he has that, I'm not going to sit here and live in this life of saying he has something that he doesn't. So when I debate that, oh, you're going so hard on debating that, when I'm like, no, because if we want to be fair, let's evaluate it right. Let's just stop giving him credit.
All right, and then Color, let me ask you a question, because I feel like you are consistently in the middle of some of these debates when you're like, let's stop talking about it. And like, why do you think the debate A keeps reoccurring, but B, like, there's two different sides to it? There's the Tua supporters, and then there's the Dolphins supporting.
Well, that's why I tried early on to, label myself, instead of letting everybody do it for me. I tried to label myself a Tua detractor, but that didn't even work, because we're not even allowed to be a detractor. It's really what I said earlier about Cam. What I said earlier to Cameron about it was that it's not so much that I don't acknowledge that there's these possibilities of change or improvement or whatever. Mm-hmm. It's not that I don't acknowledge there's those possibilities. It's like, but again, I just don't believe. It's also what TD was talking about a couple of weeks ago, between the difference between possibility and probability. And I'm sorry, I just with the eyes that I'm using in my head, God has not blessed me with eyes good enough to see what everybody else is seeing and being able to believe that these things can change.
What's the prescription code? I need.
All right, and crypto, let me ask you a question, because perception is a very funny thing. And when you have a Tua-non or a Tua-neer, whatever you want to call it, or you have the people that are Tua haters, I believe it comes down to people are not basing it on facts. And by the way, I feel like people want to redefine what a fact is. They're basing their evaluation on perception
and definition.
What are your thoughts about that?
And hope, Stephen, and hope.
Yeah, but the thing is, either side of the debate wants to use something extreme just to make the other side looks wrong, and there's never a balance. I guess when somebody's perceived as being a hater, mm-hmm. they're internally saying, well, I can't be wrong, because they're accusing the other guy of hating, or the opposite is true.
Real quick, crypto. See, that's the issue, the crux of it, though. What do we have to say that they hate, other than us for not liking Tua?
No, just ask them, what are we saying?
They can say we're Tua haters. What kind of haters can we call them?
They need to give examples. Oh, you're a Tua hater. Give me the example of what I said that makes you feel that way.
It's just in life in general.
And it's going to be a fact, what I said.
It's
but
just
it
in life
doesn't,
in general.
Yeah.
It doesn't
When you have
yeah.
a when you
But
have
see,
a
they,
all right, hold
they're
on,
probably
real quick.
saying that you're
Real
a
quick.
hater because of how much energy you're putting, or they perceive that you're putting too much energy or overtness into your critique.
Right,
And
but
they
if I would
perceive
have
that.
called
let
them
me
a
ask you
hater,
this,
what would
Crypto.
I be calling them a hater of?
Let me ask you this, Crypto. Let me ask you this. How do you
Mhm.
feel about Josh Rosen?
I feel he's a good quarterback. He's a very good
Josh
quarterback.
Rosen? Josh
What?
Rosen?
I mean Josh Allen. My bad. I was thinking you said Josh Allen. My
Oh,
bad.
Crypto, you scared me for a second. Woo.
I was
Wait,
finna
no,
say,
hold on.
hey, Steven,
I was
I'm finna
thinking
be like,
Josh Allen. My bad.
I was finna be
I
like,
got the
never
wrong
mind. I don't
Josh.
even want to make my
I've been
point.
Hey,
following Bill
TD,
Belichick.
TD.
I've been taking up
Hey,
I've been
TD.
taking up Bill Belichick on them
Yeah.
texts. I got the wrong
Steven,
Bill. I got the wrong Brian. I got the wrong Josh. My bad. He's no good. I got the wrong Josh. I've been listening to Bill Belichick.
I want to answer this question about Josh Rosen here, because you guys are gonna destroy me on this panel. What I'm about.
Are
to
you
say.
about to say that Rosen's a good quarterback? Please
Rosen's the GOAT.
Please don't, Alex.
Steven.
Hey,
but we
TD.
should reevaluate Rosen, because maybe Flores sabotaged him just like he sabotaged Tua.
Right,
Why can't we use that
we
same
we only
narrative?
gave him 8 games.
No,
How many
Rose.
games? How many
You
years
see,
Rosen
they
had
used
his
the eye
eight
test,
games?
But the
TD.
point I
eye
was
test
making,
used
Crypto,
quickly on him.
the point I was making is you recognize Rosen is trash, right?
Correct.
But I disagree. Rosen has elite traits. He's one of the most accurate quarterbacks in the NFL. Rosen has great pocket presence. Rosen has a cannon. Rosen reads every level of the field and defenses like no
Why do
other.
we all go to Rosen though?
No.
No. He's going to exercise.
But Crypto,
I believe Rosen
if
was
I'm
not given
sitting
a fair
here
shot.
if I'm sitting here saying that, what would you have to say, Crypto?
I'll say, well, what are you using to get to come up with that analysis?
Bro, you see it on the field. I mean, come on, man. This man had a pinky injury at one point. I mean, he's just getting back from that. This guy is going to be a top 3 quarterback in the NFL.
He was playing on a tanked offense.
Hold on. Let him keep going. I'm going to show y'all something. You said based on what?
Yeah, I would say based on
Come on,
what?
bro. You know how he looked in college, man. And plus, you got to think about it. They sabotaged him in Arizona, and they sabotaged him in Miami.
He had no O-line in Arizona, by the way.
So
Exactly.
You expect us to give him a chance based on that?
Bro, the man didn't even play 4 years. Why wouldn't you give him a chance? I mean, come on, bro. Don't be a hater.
Because I see him in
Don't be a
practice,
hater.
TD, because I see him in practice.
Don't be a hater, Crypto. Don't be a hater, bro.
I see him in practice enough, TD, to make that
See,
evaluation.
you going over and beyond to try to make this man look bad.
How is that? The man is showing me every day on the practice field.
He played for 5 different teams in 4 years.
Yeah, but you got to understand, nobody ever gave him a fair chance.
Well,
he doesn't know the playbook, TD. He just showed me enough in practice.
Bro, because Flores wanted to sabotage this man. He already say he had an evaluation, didn't really give him a fair shot.
That was our tanking year.
That was our tank year.
Hold on, guys. TD, I love you. And I know what you're trying to prove. I know
it ain't trying. It's already proven, right, Steven?
But there's a
you see how everybody's jumping on me and all that passion,
I actually agree with TD.
All that passion you're using to jump on me, that justifies me calling y'all haters because you putting all this passion into telling me why he's so bad. See, this is the point that I was making, Crypto. You were right. But this is why people put the passion in about Tua, because people out here spewing these lying narratives about him. All these lying traits that ain't even real. So you want to defend against that because people steering people wrong, bro. But we get labeled a hater for it.
Mm-hmm. But here's the thing, TD, you know what you just did is the same thing that happened to Rosen is really the same thing that's actually going on with Tua.
It is
actually. Minus the physical, because here's the thing. No, here's the thing. This is why I say that. Follow me. The thing is, Rosen came here and we had an opportunity, which was to draft Tua, which everybody thought would be a better quarterback. And what did we do? We drafted him and cut bait on Rosen.
Real quick. We did that fast.
I say right now, TD, that person that you were talking about earlier that says, hey, if there was no opportunity to upgrade at the position, I would rock with Tua. I'll say, let the man live. Go ahead, do your thing. We ain't got no better option. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's
But
see
if
how
there's
it
a
works
better
out at the
option
end of the
there,
day.
Right.
Let's not forget that was
why
our
would I wanna
tanked
cut
team.
bait?
That was the team that we were tanking with.
And
what was he supposed to do?
Exactly. And by the way, people really think I was like seriously defending Rosen.
I know
Rosen
you.
trash for the record.
So I want to say for the record, I know that you were trolling, but the issue is
that was just an exercise he was doing to prove
Yeah,
the
I
other
was
side.
showing you how people will passionately defend what they know is right off against fake narratives. So that's why the passion is behind people to defend basically their takes on Tua, because people are out here acting like these things don't exist. And that's why people are passionately like, what are you talking? And they go hard on it. It's not because they hate him. It's because they hate the people spewing these false narratives that just aren't true.
And nobody in the media cried for Rosen when Arizona did the same thing to him that we wanted to do to Tua when Watson
Not one
became
person.
available.
Everybody celebrated it, actually.
He's not a very likable guy. I think that's also why.
Now
Josh
Tua is
Rosen
better
is
than
not-
now
he's
look,
not-
and now
Tua
look,
is better than
Murray's
Rosen
about to
now.
leave.
Let's make sure we're clear on that. Tua is better than Rosen, though.
Hey,
okay?
TD, I have somebody who
Right.
wants.
And the Miami collectively made the right decision to cut bait when they needed to cut bait, but they're not willing to do that with Tua.
Steven, are you talking about EM Foolish Talk, who was a Rosen advocate, who loved Rosen after two throws?
I was about to bring him on, and then he got off. But I
Yeah, he knew I was going to eat through him because he knew he was a Rosen supporter after only two throws, bro.
Oh my God!
That was
hey
it.
guys, real quick, while we got a
throws.
second, I just want to remind everybody: over 100 people watching. Please hit the like button. Donate to the channel. Help the channel grow. You guys can use the Cash App or the PayPal. The links are pinned at the top of the chat there. Please, you guys use that. There's definitely less fees and stuff that come out of there. So donate to the channel, help the channel grow, and obviously share the content. Let people know that we're on here, that we're having an amazing panel right now, that there's no arguing. It's all love. We all love Josh Rosen. We all love Tua Tagovailoa. And we're all one big happy family here. And that's what it is with TD Phins Talk. Color commentary, Drubatron, Bonjo, Alexander, Crypto, and Trey are in the building. Let's go. Hit the like button. All right. I'm sorry. All right. EM Dolphin fan, you were back there. What happened? I was waiting for you to come back on.
Hey, TD.
TD. Scared him off, TD.
TD had me there for a moment. I pulled the Bill Belichick. I got the wrong Josh.
No, we don't know. We got to check Crypto.
I will say that a lot of going back to how the conversation started. Why we have the haters and the this
You
paradigm.
need to stop calling these people haters.
No. I was using air quotes. You missed the air quotes.
He was using air quotes, Fonjo.
know.
If you were paying attention to the
I
show
wasn't either. I was ready to
instead of your
pounce on it.
kids,
Taking
if you
care
were
of your
paying attention,
kids like a good dad.
I know. Instead of being a good father out here, you over here pay
At the
attention to the
park.
show. Get your priorities straight, Fonjo.
Yeah. Look,
Right,
I say haters because it triggers people, and that's what gets me likes and retweets on Twitter. But
hey, I respect it.
The thing is, I was in TD's stream last night, and people were going wild when he brought up even a mention that maybe McDaniel didn't have a lot of experience calling plays. And what it's the same type of things that the same type of reaction that he gets by just mentioning even a slight, even a little thing that may be a negative against Tua. And it's just that people they've become so enamored in this because I think what it really is that it's just a fan base that's so desperate for any little glimpse or glimmer of hope. And let's be honest, when we drafted Tua, we were promised the savior of the franchise. I mean, this is what everybody was saying for the year leading up to it, the tank for Tua. And it sucks to get the guy that we were dreaming of. And I remember on draft day, I'd never been as excited as I was on that draft day when we drafted Tua, because I thought we did it. We got him. And then,
finally, right?
Exactly. And it's
false prophet,
hard, right? Because we're still living in
not,
that.
Not Dolphins related, but breaking news. Field Yates reporting the Chargers have hired former Akron head coach Tom Arth as a passing game specialist. TD, I just want to ask you, and I apologize, Trump, for interrupting you.
No,
It seems like a lot of these teams now are going to 2 offensive coordinators, pass game specialist, run game coordinator. Like, why do you think that is? It seems like the NFL's adopting this, and it's starting to seem a common theme.
Flores started a trend. That's Flores' legend.
TD, I was asked. TD.
I'm trying to think of the answer.
Anybody else want to take that color?
Another thing you have to consider, another thing that nobody's talking about, you have a whole era of football coaches over the last 5 years that are now gone. Nobody's thinking about that. Yeah. There is a whole era. Think about all the coaches that came in with the Tom Brady's, the Peyton Manning's, Breeze, the what's it, Roethlisberger. A lot of those guys over the last 5 years, nobody's noticed. They're gone. The only ones sticking around are some of the head coaches and coordinators. So there's a lot of fresh blood that's coming in, and they're tapping into the college realm because in there aren't as many relationship coaching trees as there used to be. You still have a few, but there aren't as many. So again, you also have to understand some of these guys were already coaches in the NFL and went to college to be a coach and then coming back to the NFL, because sometimes you got to, bulk that resume up, show that you can lead this or do that. And you may not get the opportunity. I can be a receivers coach for 6 freaking years and like, man, when am I going to get promoted? Maybe let me work with the quarterbacks or offensive coordinator. And you don't get that. It's hard to get that opportunity. You're going to think about this. To be an offensive coordinator, look at the Miami Dolphins. You look at every position on offense, you literally have about 10 to 12 offensive coaches, bro. Mm-hmm. Think about it. But if you got 12 offensive coaches and you multiply that by 32, that's putting you somewhere over 300 coaches, all applying for 7 offensive coordinator positions a year. You see what I'm saying? So guys have to get creative.
Dolph, it is official now. John Embry will be joining the Dolphins coaching staff as the assistant head coach and the tight ends coach. That coming from Eric Branch, who covers the 49ers. He's blue checkmarked and everything that covers the 49ers.
So what that means is he's the tight ends coach, and they give him a title of assistant coach so that they could justify giving him a little more money to get him here.
Pretty much.
You can't block it.
So we're getting a tight ends coach, and
who I like, by the way. I think I think it's a good hire.
But this now I'm really worried about Gesicki because you invest.
Gesicki's gone, bro.
Yeah, but
that's not staying.
That's what I'm saying. The first hire you make is that position. You're really about to elevate Hunter Long. You're really about to see if you can put all the work you can in on him.
I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'm okay if Gesicki walks.
Yeah,
like I'm perfectly fine with it.
All right, I'm not worried about him at all. He'll be all right.
Yeah,
we'll be all right.
I agree with you.
We'll be all right.
I'm there too. At the end of the day, we got to save some money.
2.0.
We got to save some money and get Tua better and make sure we got some blocking tight ends.
Could do it. Could do the job.
But yeah, like I said, man, on those coaches, bro, it's hard. So some of these guys, what they do, they go over to the college realm, they get more responsibility, they show that they can lead a whole offense or even be a head coach. So that's what they do when they go to college. They move over to college, they go be a coordinator or a head coach to get the experience. Then they come back in the NFL and get a shot that's elevated a level up. So that's my take on why it's really happening. But there's a lot of coaching vacancies in the small trenches, wide receiver coach, linebacker coach, all of that. There's a lot of vacancies, bro.
But TD, to go off what you're saying about the college ranks, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the coaching and the players that's coming in, do you think that the college ranks has a direct impact on it because of the systems that they're running in college? And when the players get here into the NFL, they can't really run. A lot of these players can't run that pro style. They're having trouble adapting to the NFL, right? Because we see defenses in college and defenses in the NFL, those players adapt easier, right? versus quarterbacks and offensive players and even offensive linemen.
I don't see that as a correlation because the NFL ain't going to adapt to these college players. These coaches in the NFL are going to do what they do and try to get the players to adapt to the new way.
I have a question. Why wouldn't we see an offensive coordinator hire announcement before we see who the tight ends coach is?
Steven, because
the offensive coordinator position is not really a matter because
McDaniel's going to call the plays. That's my answer. Yeah, that's my answer.
Because at the end of the day, he better do like Flores.
TD, why are you shaking your head? Do you think that's a negative thing, TD?
It's not a negative thing. Have y'all ever considered that the OC may already be in house?
Like from the past team?
And who would that be?
That would Doxy.
No way.
You mean
bro, I
That's
promise you on
Doxy.
everything, bro. TD,
That would be Doxy.
TD, I swear to God.
Listen to me.
I swear to God.
He's in house. Doxy is the one.
Listen to me.
Well, you just dropped a bomb on this, bro.
Here's why the Dolphins love. Here's why the Dolphins love doing things backwards. Because you gonna hire an offensive coordinator who basically has no say on the people he's supposed to be coaching? Because he's supposed to coach the coaches under him. He's supposed to develop those wide receiver coaches, tight end coaches, blah, blah, blah. But you go get a tight end coach and make him an assistant coach. So an offensive coordinator wouldn't even be above the tight ends coach because he's the assistant freaking coach. Think about it.
I want to know who's going to tend to his
So
goldfish.
it's looking like we're going to have if we do have an OC, it's not even going to be of grave importance. Because when you start naming position
by the
coaches,
way,
assistant head coaches,
I said from the beginning, TD, I said McDaniel gets hired, the OC will be irrelevant because he will be calling the plays. I said that from day one.
Did go read the report. Is Emery confirmed a assistant head coach?
Yes.
I mean assistant coach, head coach, or assistant coach?
Assistant head coach.
See, there you have it, man. It don't make no sense. I mean, stuff like that. Now I really want to see who's going to be the offensive coordinator if they get one. I really want to see now.
The tight end coach being assistant coach.
And by the way, Embry had the same role with the 49ers the past 3 years.
See, they must have really wanted him, so they
But
had to bring him
Shanahan
in
said that's the
same
one
capacity.
person that he'll let go to leave with McDaniels.
So
Those
there's a
reports, Shannon
rumor
said
that
that's the
there's
one
a
person.
rumor, and I don't know how true this is. There's a rumor that I heard that he would offer up one coach to take with him. Like you get one.
Well, that's good. That's good. That's a
I don't
good
know
look.
if that's true.
If it is true, that's a good look. You're setting up. You've created a Mike McDaniel, and you're setting him up for success. Saying, "Hey, man, take a guy with you." That's love. That's some good stuff. Honestly, if that's true, I like that.
I
really
honestly,
like that.
I have to admit, I would have loved to seen Wes Welker come here.
Why?
Because look, I
It's
was
the
a big Wes
story.
Welker fan. Yeah,
I just don't understand, man. Some guys are really good players, but why do we think they good coaches?
I mean, Debo Samuel, you can. I'm just
We
saying.
love attributing players to somebody. Just give them.
I got a question. I got a question. Maybe something to bring up to the panel. What do we think? Because I thought this, and it's probably foolish of me, but so we have McDaniel, who one of McDaniel's biggest fans was what's his name? The tight end with the 49ers. Kittle.
George Kittle.
So now we have their tight end coach.
No, Kittle's not coming. Don't do it.
Now we have their tight end coach.
We're not trading with. We're not trading for Kittle. Don't go down that path.
Kittle always said like, he joked, right? It was the joke that he wanted it in his contract that Mike McDaniel had to be there as long as he was there. So what if?
Jesus.
What if?
Real quick, TD, I do want to say this. I do want to say this for. I think it's relevant. I love the fact that McDaniel, if Charles London is on the staff or going to be, as well as Embry, that's 2 minority coaches already that he has hired, which I love. I love that.
Yeah, that's all good. But listen, man, first of all, Embry is a good coach, but I think we're putting a little too much stock on Embry. Okay. We see, here's what we do as Dolphin fans. A guy is a good coach, but is he a great coach? But since he's coming to Miami, no.
He doesn't need to be great. McDaniel needs to be great.
Put it like this, Steven. Sometimes you'll get a guy that ain't no better than the guy you already have that's probably going to be replaced. But all I'm saying is when they become a Dolphin, we go ahead and elevate them like 4 notches and make them the world beater and the greatest. Oh my gosh, we got him. Yes, he's
but
a great.
I just said that to you at the beginning, TD, about McDaniel. I asked you the same thing. My question to you was, hey, is this hire somebody that we're just on the hype of, or is the hype real? And you told me the hype. You told me the hype was real.
No, I didn't tell you the hype was real. I did not say that the hype was real. I said that I believe in him and I'm going to support him. I like him. He was the best option that we had, in my opinion, out of what we were going after. Kellen Moore and all of that crap. Oh, no. Okay? So Mike McDaniels, I'd rather have hope than something that I feel like ain't going to work. Okay? But here's my deal with Mike McDaniel. All of this, he's innovative. He's creative and all of that stuff. And all of that don't mean nothing to me until you put it on the field, because he could have us out there looking like trash. Then we all be like, man, no, that's all window dressing on a new hire and what everybody wanted to sell.
But that's all we have to go off right now.
That's all you do have to go.
It's just hope.
Yeah, that's it. That's all you can have, but we need to recognize that. Some people don't want to say that. They want to automatically write him in like he's Shanahan.
Ready for the Hall of Fame.
They want to already say that that's what he is. But when you really look at it, and somebody put it in the comment section, I knew this.
This kid's the real deal.
I'm trying to be positive, Steven, about everything. I said I'm going to try to be positive. But somebody put it in the comment section, and since they put it, I might as well talk about it. Even Embry, bro. Technically, the man was just fired, by the way.
He was asked to take there's the rumor. I can't confirm.
No, he was fired. They wanted him to take a 60% pay cut. I already knew all of this, but I said, I'm going to be positive. I ain't going to talk about none of the negative stuff. If you're a high commodity and stop talking about Kittle. I can't stand when we associate
That's
a coach
Drebitron.
with,
I didn't say nothing about him.
I'm just saying.
It was just a thought. I said it's probably foolish of me, but I just brought it up just because it's convenient.
Yeah, but guys get their resume and they live off of people's names because it's a great player. It's like I want y'all to think about it. It's like drafting Chase, and I'm supposed to be wanting to hire Cincinnati's wide receiver coach because Chase was good this year.
Or how about here's a better one, TD. How about we hire Buffalo's wide receiver coach because of Gabriel Davis' 201 yard performance,
in one game, or because Tyreek Hill is great. This is what we love to do. But Embry was fired. Why would you be asking a high commodity, quote unquote high commodity, because he's not, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Why would a team be asking him to take a 60% pay cut when it ain't hurting your salary cap? This is all management money. This is ownership money. So it don't matter what the pay is, they would be able to give him that money if he was really worth it. But they asked him to take a 60% pay cut. 60%, not 50, 60. More than half of what you make. And obviously he refused, and they announced he will not be returning next season. So he's familiar with what Mike McDaniel wants to do. So let me bring him in. He's a guy that's okay. He's on the shelf now. Oh, well, he's familiar. Let me start bringing in some familiarity. Doesn't mean he's great. He's bringing in some familiarity that can help get his
entire negative, man.
No, I'm not making it negative.
Listen,
but
if you bring, that's
okay.
Why,
do we want to be honest, or what if you went and got one of the? What if you went and got one of the best tight end coaches in the league?
I mean, saying what everybody else is saying, TD.
And you know what? That's fine because there are levels to this. There are 32 tight end coaches in the league, right? Number 1 is the greatest, and number 32 is the worst. What people want you to do is take number 32 and glorify him and make you feel good about it. I just can't do it. It's never been in me. And that's why I get all the flack that I get. I just got to call it how it is. Because guess what? What did they say about Brian Flores? One of his biggest issues, his inability to do what?
Build a coaching staff.
Build a coaching staff. People are trying to make this, oh yeah, we're building a good coaching staff. They're trying to lie just to make it seem like everything I said is coming to fruition and it's working out. I'm still waiting on that one or two names that makes me feel like, yeah, now I see we moving in the right direction.
TD's a hater. That's all.
Yeah, that's
TD's
what
a
it
hater.
is. But
You're
you
a
look
hater,
at,
TD.
you're
a hater, TD.
But guess what, Steven? You look at New York. I done spoke to plenty of people on the phone that's in this community, that's has channels and everything in this community. And what have they all told me in the last week? Hey man, listen, if we can go get Wink Martindale, listen, and I think he will, blah, blah, blah. It'll be this, it'll be that. I said, y'all making it seem like it's already a guarantee we're going to get him. You got other teams want to go get him. And what happened the other day? Wink Martindale in New York for the Giants under Dayball.
What about McGlicky?
Whoever you want to name,
the offensive line coach.
Whoever you want to name, you still got to go get him. You still got to go get him.
He was just actually let go by Denver.
Why was he let go?
They moved on from him. His contract expired.
Why?
I'm not sure.
You see what I'm talking about here? So we talk about guys that's been fired. We talk about guys that, come on, man.
Yeah, but TD, just because a coach is fired doesn't mean they make him a horrible coach.
That is true. But again, it doesn't mean that you ignore why they were fired. Go do your research.
I totally understand that.
That's all I'm saying.
You know?
And we might find out that he was going to be too expensive. Oh, well, yeah, let's go get him. But go do your research. Don't automatically crown a guy and say go get him.
If you want to crown him, then crown him. Okay. All right.
He's done wonders wherever he's gone. He's a well-known offensive lineman coach.
That's another thing.
McGlucky, whatever his name is.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we love to do. The O-line is done well everywhere he goes. Maybe he has the influence to make ownership pay money on the O-line. Maybe if you do your research, you might see that, oh, look at the O-line he had. Oh, well, it's one of the highest paid O-lines in the league. People say, go get Dallas's O-line coach. You don't think they put all the big bucks? Is that really the coach or the talent? Go get Tennessee's offensive line coach. You don't think they spending big bucks, or is it the coaching? I mean, all of these things have to be considered. I'm just not the person that automatically gives you the green check from results.
Joe Philbin is the Dallas O-line coach, by the way.
There you have it. You're making.
We gotta go get that guy. That guy sounds like he knows what he's doing.
Thank you. You're making my point. Do y'all want to go ahead and go get Joe Philbin to run the O-line?
He sounds like he knows what he's doing. We gotta go get him.
Joe Philbin.
I do think that there's some people that are better coordinators or coaches than they ever would be head coaches. Now, I would never want Philbin back here, but having said that, Dallas has got a decent O-line. It's not that he,
but Dallas had a decent O-line before he got there.
Yeah,
they've had a great O-line for the last 8 years.
Here's the thing: everywhere Philbin's been as the offensive line coach, pretty daggone good offensive lines.
But go back to everywhere he's been and make sure it wasn't just talent driven, because that is a possibility.
Okay, that's fair, but
when he was with Miami, how was the O-line?
He wasn't the offensive line coach. He was the
But
head
if that's
coach.
your specialty, that's the one thing on a team that should be, regardless if you're the coach or not.
I don't disagree with you.
Hey,
I'm just telling you, everywhere he's been as the offensive line coach, he's been successful as the O-line coach.
Their best O-line was in 2014. Okay.
And by the way, I don't like Philbin at all. Just so that I don't want to get that.
That was their best O-line.
Who? Dolphins?
Yes.
You can't be hating on Joe Philbin. He's a great coach, Steven.
Hey,
yes, that was with Philbin.
I just want to know.
Philbin was a legend, Steven. Stop it.
You're starting five.
Hey,
Brandon Albert, Juwan James, Mike Pouncey, Samson Satelli, and the guy that they picked up from the. Oh dang, what was his name? The other guard.
Incognito.
No, it wasn't Incognito because that was after Bullygate.
Mike Pouncey?
No, Mike Pouncey.
I was gonna say, was that before or after Bullygate?
No, that was after Bullygate.
Billy Turner? Was it Billy Turner?
Billy Turner. Billy Turner was the backup there, and so was Dallas Thomas.
And what was the ranking that year?
Dallas Thomas was horrible.
What was the ranking?
Lamar Miller. No, Jerry left. Lamar Miller produced 1,000 yards that season. Ryan Tannehill, 27
Okay, so
touchdowns.
you can make the argument that the O-line was decent that year.
Yeah, but even decent, what was the ranking?
I don't know.
Excuse me.
I have no idea. I'm not
The best O-line,
I'm not
I bet you when you go look it up, is still probably at best 12th.
Okay, that's
and
fine.
it was
What-
decent.
What year? What year?
The
2014.
The point I was trying to make, TD, is that, like, for example, there was a Raiders coach. I can't think of his name.
You looking it up, Dribbletron?
Was it Cable?
Please
Who was
let
the
me
head
know.
coach?
Cable, yes.
And then went back and became a defensive coordinator in another regime.
Jack
Later
Del
on.
Rio.
Romeo
Jack Del
Cornell did
Rio.
it. Romeo Cornell did it before as well.
So, like, look, I'll be honest with you.
But that's how you prove it.
If Philbin came back as the offensive line coach, I don't know if I'd be mad at it. I really don't. And I hate Philbin. I can't stand him.
Steven, you're lying. You would be upset.
I would probably be a little upset.
Just like
because-
I
you know what I would do? I would go ask.
Exactly. You'll be upset.
I would want to go ask if I can call my grandma because I got traded. That's what I'd want to do. Can I go call my grandma?
You got to make sure that nobody's doing lines
now.
You know,
So what?
nobody's doing lines in
I'm
the
on
offensive
PFF.
line room.
Do they go by year though? Will they show you by year?
Yeah, I can go back to 2014. I mean, 2014. I know not. I know PFF is kind of like a dirty name, and I know a lot of people don't like that one. But PFF had them ranked real bad in pass block and in run block.
I figured it still wouldn't have been good.
31st.
How can they do that? How can they do that when
run block?
When Lamar Miller had over 1,000 yards that year?
Okay,
and Tannehill put up one of his best numbers that year. He had 27 touchdowns with 10 picks.
I remember that Texas game Lamar Miller had that year. We were just going crazy that Texas game.
Oh no, that was the year after.
For the
That's
sake,
2015.
all right, Drubatron, you have PFF pulled up?
Yeah.
All right, for the sake of the argument, because it's good content, I think. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to go look at the Dallas Cowboys. Go look at the Dallas Cowboys last 2 years and see how their offensive line was ranked.
Okay.
They had the talent though. They had Tyron Smith.
Look,
Dallas Cowboys
I'm gonna get there. Give me a minute.
Dallas Cowboys this year are in pass block third and run block first.
Okay.
God dang.
Woo. Okay.
And,
last year?
Last year they were worse. Hold on.
That means they got better though.
A lot better. They were ranked last year 26th in pass block and 29th in run block.
All right, hold on. Now let me ask you.
And when did Philbin get there?
No, that's
he got
because
there
of
in
injuries,
2020.
So they dealt with some injuries last year.
So, in the 2020 year, they dealt with it, right? All right, now go look at. I'm looking at offensive line. 2006 as the offensive line coach for the Green Bay Packers. 2006 Green Bay Packers offensive line coach. Actually, wait, no, Indianapolis. Timeout. Indianapolis 2016 and 2017. Offensive line coach those 2 years in Indianapolis.
2017 Indianapolis was 22nd in pass block and 29th in run
Who
block.
playing man? Somebody playing man right now.
All right, 2016.
And then in 2016, they were pretty bad. 28th pass block. 15th in run block.
Yes, you hear that?
All right, yeah, and then hold on. I just want to do one more. Let's just, for the sake of the argument, 2006, 2005, and 2003 to 2006. He was the offensive line coach in Green Bay.
Now,
Okay, so in
Steven.
06, they were fourth ranked pass block.
They were what?
4th ranked pass block and 27th run block.
Who is that? Who is that?
The Packers.
And 06. That was Brett Favre. 05.
For some reason, they don't have 05 in here.
Okay, that's fine. So
I have 04.
All right, 04, just for the sake.
Sure.
Hold on. This is what. Hold on,
Steven.
Steven. I want you. This is a great exercise you're doing, but you need to add one element. You should go back to the beginning and add an element, and I can get those numbers for you. Where did they rank in the NFL spending money at the O-line?
Yeah.
Because
2016.
This year, the offensive line for the Cowboys, they were ranked number 2 in the NFL.
I want to know what the
for money spent on the line.
All right. What about the year before?
But also, those teams were those teams draft heavy at the O line also, because Dallas sat there and spent 4 years just drafting O linemen only in the first round.
Yeah, but they also had O linemen who had 8-year contracts with voidable years. So everybody wasn't draft picks. And even if it was a draft pick, that's fine. They did it high, and that money counts.
Well, I can tell you based on this. I can tell you based on this, these numbers: 26th, 29th, 22nd, 29th, 28th, 15th, 4th, 27th.
Trash anyway.
It's trash. I wouldn't want Philbin as the O-line coach.
I told you you're gonna be mad, Steven.
But again,
oh, thank you.
But again, everybody knows that O-line, what it's done for Dak, right? But Dak is doing those things. They see the people will point out, look at their right tackle, one of the best. Look at their left tackle, one of the best. Even if they deal with injuries with some weakness up the middle or wherever it may be, look at the rankings that they end up. But the quarterback still gets them at least competing in the playoffs.
Yeah, well, Dak.
This is a prime example. But
they're perennial playoff contenders.
You could go any quarterback like this, man, and I'm telling you, I know we're on coaches right now, but I'm telling you, this is why people on the surface will be like, bring him in. They usually have good O-lines, do they? And even if they did, is it money driven?
TD, do me a favor. Give me 3 to 5 teams that you think have really good offensive lines.
San Francisco is ranked 3rd.
Hold on. Why don't we just go to the
Tennessee.
top O-lines in the league?
Yeah.
Let me
Buccaneers, Rams,
Tennessee, Cleveland, Buccaneers.
What is it? What are the top 3?
Buccaneers, Rams, Cowboys are top 3.
All right. So you said Buccaneers are 1?
In we're talking about pass block?
Just overall.
Overall.
49ers are 3rd overall.
Yeah.
I happened to look the other night.
Come on, where are you?
Let me see.
All right. Offensive line coach in San Francisco is Chris Forrester.
Chris Forrester. I was about to. I knew
what?
Yes.
What?
Yes, he is. You didn't know that, Steven?
I think I did the other day, but I don't know why it just came back to me again.
I have the top 3 O-lines actually.
Go ahead.
Top 3 O-lines. They have number 1 is the Bucs. Joe Gilbert is the O-line coach. Wait, is this the right? Let me make sure I got the right date here. January 13, 2022. All right, that's a good one. All right. Buccaneers, Joe Gilbert.
Yep.
Eagles is number 2, Jeff Stoutland. Number 3 is the Cowboys, Joe Philbin.
Who's 4 and 5?
It's not showing. It gave me top 3.
Washington's probably up there.
Yeah, it's giving me top 3.
Yeah, Washington's probably up there at 4, and
I didn't know the Eagles had that good of an O-line.
Yeah, they had the number one rushing attack this year. They were number one in
A
rushing.
lot of yards on the ground. A lot of yards.
I say so. The point.
They have 50-year-old Jason Peters there.
The point for me that I'm trying to make is go look at who is doing it the right way.
Chiefs are also up there.
You know,
Well, sometimes it's about spending money or the quarterback, Steve.
I do like the point you brought up about Dallas, right? Like, we can go back and we know Joe Philbin isn't a great coach, but this past year you can attribute it to, Dak Prescott having an exceptional MVP type year.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But again, they spend the most money. They're number 2 in the NFL spending money.
Yeah, but the thing is too with
half of their whole offensive line was draft picks. The whole offensive line was draft picks. Zach Martin,
Hey, Drew,
Smith.
Check that link in the private chat. That's
and,
the PFF ranks as of January 12th.
Zach Martin, Lionel Collins, Adams, Smith, right? The left tackle.
But these guys got
were
paid.
Those were all draft picks.
These guys got paid though. Go look at their contracts. They could be their draft picks, but they still got paid.
They kept him.
So they got a slightly different order, but they still have pretty much the same cast up front.
Yeah.
I love that the Miami Dolphins are 32 on that list. And I'm being facetious.
I wonder if I should re-sign Tua Tagovailoa in Madden. He just became a superstar X Factor. He became a superstar
All right,
X Factor.
guys. It's 12:45. We've been on for almost 4 hours. I do want to say a couple things before we do. I know, right, bro?
Guys, Tua became a superstar X Factor in Madden.
Alexander.
That means he could do it.
Oh my God, Alexander. Okay, hey, look. Miami Sports Music's number one Miami fan morning show, Clock Blockers. We went deep into overtime today. Had a lot of fun. Guys, do me a huge favor. Donate to the channel, help the channel grow. Hit the like button. Share, let people know that we're here. I want to get 300 people, 500 people, 700 people watching my channel at one time like TD Finstock has. I want to be like TD when I grow up.
Trying to be like you, my boy.
I'm trying to be like TD.
Don't be like me, Steven.
I want to be just like you, TD.
I'm a hater that's negative.
Steven, I don't know if you want the chat.
TD, let me.
It's nasty.
I just want to say something to TD real quick. TD, even though I may hate some of the takes that you have with Tua, I don't like them. I still respect you as a man and as a Dolphins fan.
Appreciate you.
Just want to throw that out there. I still
TD,
respect
I just want to say, even though you troll and you're a hater and you're a Rosen lover, I still love you, bro.
You talk about him, the Rosen lover.
And TD, what Alexander's trying to say is the next time you're down in Boca Raton, Palmetto Park, and Power Line at the AT&T store, you can get a discount.
Oh yeah. Alexander's got the hookup on AT&T phones.
Well, they supposed to be sending me a new phone now. Mine been going crazy.
Well, you need to up Alexander.
Because you're not working with Alexander.
You're not working with Alexander.
There it starts. He said, "What kind of phone you got?" It's already starting.
The 212 Max.
212.
Oh my God!
I got the 2. I got that fire, son. I got that no drop calls.
I got the 212 Max.
I got the no drop calls. Highest. I got the highest call completion percentage.
You have the iPhone.
All my calls are complete.
Stevie has the crapoid. The crapoid.
Oh my
God, man. No, I love Android. Screw
the crapoid.
I got a 212 Max. I keep taking it in to get repaired, but it just.
Why don't you just do a warranty exchange?
Huh?
Why don't you just do a warranty exchange? Go to Apple, go do a warranty exchange. Still in the warranty, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, I'm good. They just keep telling me, hey, take it to this place with your insurance, and
no, call Apple. Call Apple.
That's Apple themselves.
They'll send you a new one. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't
just
know
let
that.
them know you have. Just let them know you have a software issue. You should be on the warranty.
Well, it's not a software issue; it's a hardware issue.
Well, the same thing. You got to call Apple, and you got to let them know that you have a hardware issue. They'll look up through the IMEI and through your iCloud, and
they'll see that the warranty is still there because the warranty is about a year or 2 years, I believe, one of them two, and depends on when you bought the phone. So
okay,
you should still have the warranty. You let them know the situation. They'll send you a new one. You send your one back.
Now, if he saves you money, TD, whatever you were going to spend, you have to donate to the swear jar.
I wasn't gonna spend nothing, Steven.
He said, "I won't go spend no money. I won't go spend no money.
It's gonna have to stay broken.
Go stay. Look, cracked screen and all. All right, so it is Wednesday. It is Wednesday. Hey, do your final thought of the day. I'll let you be first.
Listen, man, it's nothing but love at the end of the day. We love our Dolphins. Let's go Dolphins no matter what. And this is a great show this morning. I enjoyed being on with everybody else, man. This was a great conversation.
It was a fun debate show this morning. I agree.
Are you going on live today? We wouldn't all that fighting.
Forget you, TD. I hate you. I can't stand you.
Oh my gosh.
TD, are you going live?
Maybe in about 10 minutes or 15, maybe.
All right, I'm gonna send all my 90 people that are watching over there. It'll help you out.
All right, man. That means I'll have 91.
You could use the help. Brandon.
Get out of here, bro. I'll talk to you later. All right. Final thoughts of the day, Alexander. Final thought of the day.
Yeah, it was fun this morning, Steve. I really appreciate you having me on and stuff like that. And I appreciate everybody that was on there too. God bless every single person on here. And stay upbeat, stay positive, and God bless your families as well. Love all of y'all.
And God bless these United States of America. Okay, I'm sorry. America.
No.
Yes.
Fins up and let's go. Dolphins, Mets, Knicks, Islanders, and all them good stuff.
Boo this man. Boo. Love you, Alexander. Be good, bro. All righty. Real quick, before I let these two guys have their final thoughts of the day, do want to remind y'all, donate to the channel. Hit the like button. Help the channel grow. Help me help you. Okay? Krista Lacus said, if anybody's got a funny joke and makes him laugh, he'll donate $100 to the channel. That's what Krista Lacus said. Krista Lacus said he wants to hear a funny joke.
That's a lot of pressure right on the spot.
And if you make him laugh, he will donate $100. That's what Krista Lacus said. Or maybe it was Jose. Maybe Jose said that. Who else is up here? Or maybe it was Jonathan Torres or God's Soldier or the guys or AB. Maybe it was AB who said that. Don't push your blessings on me, Alex. All right. Let's go. Who do I want to be final thought of the day? Color. I'm gonna make you next, and I'm gonna give Drebitron the final thought.
That's fine because I really don't have much of a final thought. The day is so young. You know me.
Krista Lacus said if anybody donates $20, he'll match the $20 donation. Do it on.
First, I wanted to ask if Krista Lacus has had that new burger at McDonald's. It's Tua fish soaked in Irish whiskey.
Gross Tua fish.
It's called the McDaniel.
It's called the McDaniel. Son, I see what you did there. You get the two for five deal.
Hey, I got somebody calling me from the 305. It ain't none of you weirdos, is it?
No, I'm not from the 305.
All right. Just asking chat because I just hung up on him, whoever it is. I'll call you back. Hey, no, Stephen D., I really appreciate you dropping in the Phins tailgate last night after hours. That was pretty cool having you there.
Yeah, man.
We always appreciate the show.
I had fun on your show.
Yep. And make sure everybody likes and subscribes to this guy's channel. Share it around. Donate if you want to. It always helps everybody. And you guys can catch me around. You guys have a good one.
All right, Color, be good. All right, and then there was one. Krista Lacus said it'll be a collective 20 from everybody. Nobody loves me, Drebitron. That's what it is. Dreb,
I love you, man.
Final thought of the day, my bro.
All right, listen.
Scummy, we gonna donate and match. Help us on the way.
Listen, now that all the Tua haters are gone.
Yeah, all the Tua haters are gone.
Let's talk some Tua.
Wow, chicka, wow.
All right.
Wow.
So
Colors putting his hands. He's in his tail in the back room. He's like, "What are you talking about, bro?"
So, look, great talk today. I appreciate it all as always.
I'll play the Tua song "Big Drip" if somebody donates $50. If you donate $50, I'll play the Tua song.
Listen, I need the Tua song in my life, guys. You gotta donate today. You gotta come through today. You gotta come through today. Who was it yesterday that was outbidding for the Tua song?
Level 2 Noob killed it yesterday.
I don't see Level 2 Noob in the chat, guys. We can do it. We can do it.
Someone is
He
at
might
the
have
front
left.
door.
He's not here.
Is somebody at your front door, Jumbotron?
Yeah, somebody's at the front door. That's my Uber Eats, my lunch.
Ooh, see, and you didn't bring me any. See, now I'm hungry too. What'd you get?
A salad.
Ooh, look at you trying to be healthy.
Stop.
I'm hangry.
Hangry. Yeah. Yeah. So, are we gonna get the Tua song?
I don't know. I mean, if somebody donates $50, I will play the Tua song.
It's $50 today?
Yep. But Christolakis did say if somebody matches $20, he'll match the $20 donation. Caesar, I will watch one episode of Arcane. Oh, look at Christolakis did $49.99. He didn't do $50. He did $49.99.
Guy's a jerk. This guy's a jerk.
That's too funny. If Christolakis, did you do that on purpose so I wouldn't play the Tua song?
1,000,000,000%.
Or were you trying to get me to play the Tua song? That's too funny. See, shout out to Christolakis. Love you, Chris. You're the
Somebody
man.
donate a penny so that we can get it.
It doesn't let you do 50. Oh, it doesn't, Jolie says. So Christolakis was trying. So Jolie, does that mean you were trying to donate 50? Was that what that was? That sounded like what that was, Jolie.
Yeah. She was trying to do it and wasn't able to do it. It's okay. You can do the $49.99. It's okay.
All right. If Christolakis says he was trying to play the Tua song, I'll play the Tua song. I was trying to donate.
All right,
50.
let's
Okay.
go.
I'll play the Tua song. Somebody's got to match Christolakis' donation now.
Tua.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead, man. Final thought of the day.
Yeah, so great talk today. I love triggering the haters, the Tua haters and the Tuaneers. It's a passion of mine. It gets lots of retweets. And, and speaking of, you can come get triggered on my Twitter at Drew Baton. Check me out. But it was a great talk today. I think we have a passionate fan base, and I think everybody kind of wants the same thing, and we're all getting desperate to do it. I say let's give this time. We can be optimistic, but let's not jump the ship and or jump the gun and get too crazy, right? Let's stay positive, but stay 10 toes down. Stay real. Keep it real.
He said, I what does he say in Dave Chappelle? I give them titties 4 thumbs down. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
4 thumbs down.
You can't say that no more. That's not politically correct.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Does that mean you have to add to
I'm
the
getting
swear
canceled
jar?
now. I'm probably going to get canceled.
Yeah, you thought we were still in the nighttime nighttime chat. But yeah, look, guys, we have a lot to be positive about, and I'm just glad that we're back to fighting about Tua, and we're not talking about any of this other crazy stuff that's been going on.
Caesar says it won't let me. Do you have Cash App? Yes. If you look in the pin, you'll see the Cash App link and the PayPal link. And if you donate through Cash App and PayPal, guys, there are less fees. I'm telling you, YouTube takes like 50% of everything that you donate.
Yeah, Twitch does it too.
But if you donate through Cash App and PayPal, they don't take 50%. They take like 20% or something like that.
Yeah.
It's a lot less. That much I know. By a lot.
Yeah. All right, buddy.
You're the man, bro.
I'm going to hop off, let you wrap it up. Appreciate you having me on. Appreciate everybody that was here. And listen, we're all here and we like to support Steven, but make sure you go and support all the other Dolphins YouTube content creators. All right. Follow everybody on Twitter because we got. We're say it. Family. I don't have as deep a voice as you.
You gotta go
family.
family.
I'm not embarrass myself.
No, family. Look, what is it? Vin Diesel? Hey, Toretto. Family. Okay, yeah, that's how it is. Bro, I love you, bro. Keep up. I will.
Appreciate you.
I will see you tomorrow.
Yep. See you.
Peace. Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show. 3 hours and 58 minutes, man. We did 4 hours today. Drub, you got the voice of an angel. That was what was said to you. All right, so I guess I'm gonna play the Tua song for y'all today. Guys, donate to the channel, help the channel grow. Donate through Cash App or PayPal. Anybody who donates significantly on Cash App or PayPal or Cash App right now, I will send you some cool stuff in the mail, some swag. By the way, I do have the giveaway to do, which I still have not done. I've put that off for no other reason than it's just been crazy. But I have everybody's thing, and I'm going to do the giveaway probably tomorrow for the autograph photo and the jersey. So I'll do that giveaway because I have a brand new giveaway to do that I think y'all are going to like. So, it'll be a lot of fun. So make sure you guys do that. Don't do it, bro. I'm sorry, Cap. They paid for it, Cap. I got to. And when they come down and they ask, what they did it for, I got to be like, they did it for Tua. Nah, God love that man. God love that man. God love him. God love him. All right, if anybody else donates, if you guys want to hear the song again, I'm just saying, it'll cost you. It'll cost you to play that song. I want to play one other song. Here, hold on. I appreciate y'all sending me donations. I appreciate that. Donate to the channel. Help the channel grow. Let's go. Let's go. I can't do it without y'all. Remember, if you donate through Cash App or PayPal, there are less fees. All right, I'm going to play another song. Give y'all, we want to hear it. God Soldier, it's going to cost you. If y'all want to hear a song, you got to donate to the channel. You got to donate if you want to hear a song. Matter of fact, hold on. Let me do something real quick. Give me 1 second, guys. 1 second. I got something for you. Christolakis, if you're still on here, put in the chat that you're still on here because I got something for you. Christolakis, if you are still watching, I got this for you, bro. Yeah, I'm here. Okay. All right, here we go. Use that link that I just sent, and anybody else can use that link. All right? You can use that link to sign up for Cash App. Sign up for Cash App using that link, and you get some free money, I think. I think that's how it's done. But yeah. All right, I'm going to play one more song for y'all, and if y'all want to hear a song, you got to donate to the channel. All right, so video file. This is my favorite song. That's why. That's why I'm playing it. Because I can do what I want. My show. Scummy says $1 a day helps the souvenirs in need. I like that. That's funny.
I remember how it all began. How could I ever forget? It's the first time. Do you remember? I can feel it. I can feel it. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. I can feel it. I can feel it. I can feel it. It's coming in the air tonight. Hold on. We fell in love. You remember the time. How could I ever forget?
y'all are getting to dance too. I'm feeling good today. It's Wednesday. I want y'all to leave this show on cloud 9. Feeling good. Feeling great about yourself. We're gonna have a good time. Because that's what we do.
Shining like the skyline. Wish I could rewind time and replay it in my mind. Replay it in my mind. Oh, they'll never know this love and how it feels. I never thought love at first sight could feel so real. You brought emotions out I couldn't feel. It's the first time. Do you remember? I can feel it. I can feel it. I can feel it. Coming in the air. I can feel it. I can feel it. I can feel it. It's coming in the air. Coming in the air. Coming in the air. Hold on.
All right. This has been Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show. Clock Blockers right here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. I've enjoyed hanging out with y'all today. Hope y'all enjoyed hanging out with me. Been a lot of fun. Been a lot of fun. A lot of fun. But I hope you all enjoyed it. If you donated to the channel, thanks. Shout out to today's highest donation, John Christolakis, with the $50 donation. Thank you. If anybody wants to beat that, I won't be mad at them. Christolakis with the highest donation of the day today. Let's go. Having a good time hanging out with y'all today. Tomorrow should have a good show. Dono and Daniels should be tomorrow. As everybody, like Dono and Daniels supposed to be Monday, then it was supposed to be Tuesday, now it's tomorrow. Xavier Scruggs was supposed to be today. I don't know when he's going to reschedule. People just rescheduling on me this week. It's one of those weeks. But you know what? I adapt because that's what I do. I adapt. Because I'm a boss. AB said, good show today. I appreciate it, man. Guys, one more. We got 85 likes today. If you haven't hit that like button, hit it already. If you're not following me on Twitter, go follow me on Twitter. Go follow me on Twitter, you fools. You fools. At Stephen D. SKPL. Make sure you guys do that. Follow me on Twitter, Instagram, all that fun stuff. Make sure you guys do that, right? And donate to the channel. Help the channel grow. Miami Sports Music Podcast Network, MSM Podcast Network, $. Make sure you guys do that. And the link that I put in there a little bit ago, you guys can use. I'll leave it up there one more time for you. And you guys can use that link. All right. It's been a lot of fun hanging out with you all today. It's the end of the day. It's the end of the show. Nobody else donated, so nobody else wants any more songs. That's fine. I see you. You're probably ready to go too. So we shall hang out, and I will see y'all tomorrow right here on the #1 Miami Fan Morning Show. Clock Blockers, let's go, baby.